Hello. Hello.
Did you see it?
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so... Damn, I thought I had something cool to say,
Go
but I
suck a
don't.
lemon.
You go suck a lemon, furry cures. You go suck a lemon. One of these days, I might just remove that sound. Like, I like it, but I don't know. Some days I wonder if I'm just hearing myself or blue in my headphones some days when I got music going off. It was so weird not streaming on Friday. I will be real with you though. Like there was I didn't want to stream on Friday because when I checked in with Co after they had their tonsillitis and such like that, and they were like, didn't know if they were feeling well and such, and I wasn't like 100% ent on that kind of a day either, and I just thought it was best not to have it scheduled at all because I don't want to go through with the I don't want to go through with D&D night without him, quite frankly, especially since we still have so much of Baldur's Gate 3 to go through. Like it's going to be a fucking long ass like session. Like I know some people have already put in like 100 hours or a crazy amount of hours into Baldur's Gate 3 and such like that, but I don't want to skip ahead on that kind of stuff. Like this is probably like not a great sort of thing to do with video games, especially if you're in like a FOMO kind of state of, oh, I'll just play like whatever many hours I can on stream or something like that. It's like I'm only going to put in like if I only put in like 3 to 4 hours on stream for Baldur's Gate, it means that I'm not, I'm not like doing side thingamadiggies very often in it, and I'm not, maybe rolling back on saves, optimizing, and trying to do something new. So it's just going to take me even longer to go through it than normal. I'm going to close my eyes and lurk to sleep. Thank you very much for the stream. Not to worry, Rudy. I literally just started. It's okay. I know I'm streaming at bad times and what have you, and maybe next week or the week after. You know what? I need to contact my sister about that, about if I'm going to be seeing her anytime tomorrow or next week. One of these days, we're gonna introduce again. Like I probably introduced it like twice in the time that I've been streaming a day for like, oh, let's stream in the morning. Hi there, hi there, Jaeger. I'm just gonna go with Jaeger for short. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I have introduced like probably twice. Come on. I've probably introduced twice now, like in the time that I've been streaming the whole. Like, oh, I'm gonna stream in the mornings for American viewers, but then it's like, I'm streaming in the morning. That's not exactly my most fun kind of thing. It's fine, everyone calls me that unless there's someone with a similar name. I don't know, like Xerix Jaeger is a cool name, and I just don't forget to post the schedule for next week. The schedule rarely changes is the thing, so like it's barely ever changing. Twitch has got like the schedule in there and such, so it's like you get to see what it is on the Monday, you get to see what it is on the Wednesday, the Friday, and the Saturday. Like, it is what it is. Still. But yeah, that's that. So, God, there is a number of things being released next week, because like I'm going through Starfield off stream as well, and I'm gonna be real with you. This week was confusing. Yes, this week was confusing and deserved a schedule. I will be real with you because we skipped out on Friday, and like Tuesday, I decided to be like, oh hey, let's just stream right fucking now. I decided to be very funny with it. So, but don't worry, like as you'll see, I am now on Blue Sky. Woo! Another social media platform I have to manage. Ah! It's kind of cool being on Blue Sky. Like, there's only like what, 1 million people on there, and about 1,000 of them are like registered furries, which is amazing. Still waiting to get a code to get in. Do I have a code to get in? Like, hang on a second. All right, so that's how you do it. Does it tell me that I have a code? No, I do not have an invite. You don't have any invite codes. We'll send you some when you're busy on Blue Sky for a little longer. That's fair enough, Z's. I've only been on here for like a few days now, tops, and predictably, I went through it and I was like, and I'm tired. I cannot go through more of this. That's just how I am on any social media site. Like, the only reason like Twitter stays as strong as it does is because I am unapologetically like posting like a schedule, a call to action, and another notification about the call to action. So like that's 3 like actually, sorry. So the schedule goes off once a week, and then every day that there's a stream, there's a call to action and a notification and a live now notification, which means I'm always doing like 2 posts like every however many days. So I'm averaging maybe like 10 tweets a week or something like that, something kind of high like that. So, and I don't want to do that with my Blue Sky. Like my Twitter account has already been filled with a lot of likes, retweets, and just me basically using it as an excuse for, oh, I just want to give people an update on what it is that I'm thinking about and pretend it's a Google search. Like, Google, why does my ass hurt? I did figure out why my ass hurts, by the by. So, like, because it's the upper portion of my like left glute, and I was like, oh, why is this happening? And the reason for it, because it doesn't happen on like every like time I'm walking or anything like that. It only happens if I'm getting up and down from like a chair, like a really low down chair. Like, imagine getting in and out of a car seat and such like that. Hi there, Savage. And it's quite literally just a pain in my ass. Or doing squats. Nah, like, here's the thing. Like, amazingly enough, like, I did a quick test. Like, if I do a squat right now, like, I always expect that I'm somehow gonna pinch the nerve or something like that. But then I just, normal, like, wide sumo stance, and then it's just like totally fine. Like, it's a little, like, there's a little bit of a sensation on the left compared to the right. Hey, don't look at my ass while I just got done doing a squat. Look away from the cake. Look away from the cake. So yeah, like doing like a squat, it doesn't do like the sharp pain, but if I'm like getting out of a car seat or going up and down stairs, there is that like sharp pain that goes off on like a certain like motion of like the leg or something like that. And like the geniuses of the medical industry and such like that have given like a different name than just pain in the ass. Speaking of squats, where's the redeem? Disabled. Because I do not know if it's going to be a problem if I do repetitious squats, especially since it's a muscle in the glute that's causing this problem. So let me get like a visual guide to help you with where the fuck my problem is. So here it is. All right. Oh, hang on a second. Right click. Save as image. Save. Okay, was wondering if that wasn't the case, since I know a friend who did a ton of squats and his leg just went to shut down for the entire day. I can understand where people came to this conclusion, but I think it's just a case of I was doing some other kind of muscle when this happened. So it's called piriformis syndrome. Bam. All right, hang on a second. Shrink this down. All right, so over here you got this like muscle in your glute. It's behind so there's a muscle behind the gluteus maximus, and you see it there like in the hip, sort of going from like one joint to your hip. And behind that is the sciatic nerve. It's a nerve that like sort of follows much of your spine and goes down quite a bit of your leg. When the muscle is like swollen or like engaged and shit like that, it can pinch on the nerve. So what ends up happening is that not all movements, but some movements with the leg, most often like when going up and down stairs, for instance, it's gonna pinch it, and you're gonna feel a pain in the butt, and then you're gonna have like a numbness or a soreness further down the leg as well. This is what I get. It's annoying because it's not like there is a tingling when it's like just sitting down normally. Like, it's just dull of like, oh, like I know there's like, it's like as if something's there, and it's like, wait, hang on. Was I able to did I force the nerve? Hang on. Is this why I get crazy hip pain while traveling? Does the pain go off when you like get out and in and out of the car? Like when you're doing that like leg thingy-majiggy of like stepping it out and trying to like get out? Like, is it happening there? Because you're tensing that muscle when it's like sort of out, and then you're trying to do like this thing of like pushing this like the hang on using my two hands as the hips. It's like you're you're doing the, like you're going hands. You're doing like a and then ear. So like that's basically what's happening. And the best solution is just not have the muscle tensed, which means doing like, you know, just relaxing it, ibuprofen, and maybe a few stretches. The annoying thing is that the stretches don't expect you to have a fucking stomach, because they have these things of like, oh, let me just lift up your knee and compress it to like the opposing chest. I'm sorry, but like this is a fault of my own. I will be real with you. It's not a fault of the instructions, but there's a stomach gut in the way of my thigh being able to do like the full pull and such like that. So I have to find like the different ones. And like, hang on a second. Like if I piriformis syndrome exercises. So like let me get you an image of like some of the stuff they want you to do. Where is it? Because some of them are okay, such as like the clamshell thingy-majiggy. That's okay, but let me get an image. Let me get an image. Here we go. Can I get a bigger image than this? Open image in new tab. Save image as. The body is weirdly constructed to say. Here's the problem is that like there's so many muscles around the glute, and it's all about balance and keeping the spine up and shit. So it's not like you can just, you know, it's not like the appendix or something like that where it's like, oh, you could, you know, argumentatively like cut something out and you won't have an issue. It's like, no, you will have an issue if you decide to take any muscles out. It's fucking... Anyway, here it is. So, the gluteal stretch. Can't do that. I got a stomach. The partial cooler, maybe. There it is, the middle one. The piriformis stretch. That one, like, as you can see, it's like you got to have your legs in the 90 thingy-majiggy. You cross the right leg over, and you kind of have to, like, bring the legs just a little bit closer. I don't get that proper 90 degree the minute I want to, like, cross a leg over because of my stomach. So I have to try things such as the quadruped arm leg raise or the prone hip extension with like a knee bend. And that one is an interesting one because it doesn't show it really well there, but sometimes you have to like bring the pained knee like a little bit closer, so you do like this little twist, because that's the problem. That's the problem with this muscle here. You can't get away with just let me just do this or this, like forward or backwards. You have to do like this weird ass like push forward and twist around kind of thing because of because of the direction of the muscle. Seems like you're overly stretching your body. Yeah, you're having to do like these weird ass stretches. I hold my legs at weird angles for the brake pad. Probably worthwhile, like maybe talking to your GD and trying to, because like here's the thing, is like also butt muscle, like massages, that would be nice. But why are we talking about the sciatic nerve? Because for some reason my ass just wants to pinch on that nerve, and it hurts when I get out of bed. It's annoying as fuck, and I'm currently on ibuprofen to like relax it and such. It's not like painful all the time, but I'm gonna be real, I remember it happening to me a long time ago, and I basically just did nothing for like a week and a half, basically. It was a terrible idea getting up and out of in and out of chairs, for instance. And it's like, I just wanted to, like, if I had to go somewhere, it's like either let me sit down for 8 hours, which is a bad idea, or try and stand up the entire time. It sucks when you crush that nerve. It is. It's fucking bullshit. At least so that's the fun thing. So if it hurts for like a long time, like it's only been a problem like yesterday and the day before, technically speaking. It's only been painful for those days, like most recently. And once again, it's not when I'm like walking, it's when I'm going upstairs, downstairs, or if I get in and out of a car. If I get into a train or something like that, the train's not a problem, like, because you're just like walking, you sit in a normal seat. It's not like a car where the seat like drops so far down. So that's nice. You know what I realized we should do? A prediction. Because I have not booted up this game, and I realized that the last time people saw me playing this game, they saw that I got the Gunbreaker class because Gunbreaker was introduced in Shadowbringers, and I thought, oh, hey, wouldn't it be great if I played the Gunbreaker tank in Shadowbringers? Last week, I got the class. It was at level 60 or something like that, which unfortunately meant that I couldn't play the... I feel like I have constant hip issues because of your height. Are you, like, too tall, or are you too short? Like, I don't understand, like, the height thingamajoogies. Honestly, if I did it at the time, I would have played Reaper for Shadowbringers. Fair enough. Well, Shadowbringers came out for... No. Reaper came out for Endwalker. 6 feet. Oh! Amazing! I was worried you're gonna be, like, saying, like, oh, 4'5" or something. I don't know why. I was like, damn it, I'm gonna have to readjust the visual of Sashera I have, which is this purple-haired, like, fox lady that's, like, average height. And then you're like, oh, it's probably because of my height issues. And I'm like, oh, no. The fantasy in my head of Sashera is gonna go away. Instead, you improved it. 6 foot. Amazing. That is not average height. That is above average height. You are above the average norm, Sashera. Congratulations. Yes. Your boyfriend... Wait, do you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend? You mentioned you had a partner. Is it a boyfriend or a girl? You're gonna make him happy. And if you don't, I'll take him. But yeah, you're gonna make him happy. Any whoosies. I got the Gunbreaker class. It was at level 60 when I got it last week, which wasn't high enough level to play the Shadowbringers campaign. And so, just be careful with the invulnerability. Yes, because the invulnerability just changes me down to 1. So, I am going to run a prediction. Daniel is very happy, don't worry. Excellent. I am going to run a prediction for you, chat. Did the Gunbreaker class reach level 70? I want to hear from you, chat. Your confidence in me. Yeah, level 70. Nah, didn't make it. So, I'm gonna have this thing run for like 2 minutes right now. We got a prediction running. I wanna see where chat thinks I am with the Gunbreaker class. Did I get it up to level 70? Are we gonna be able to play the Shadowbringers campaign tonight with the Gunbreaker class? Or am I gonna just fall back onto either the Dark Knight or the Warrior tonight? Vote now on your phones. Don't call Twitch though, because I don't have Twitch's number. You're gonna have to use the app that they have, the Twitch app that they have, or you visit twitch.com/GrantZeebs. That's twitch.com/GrantZeebs. Let's see, 30 points saying yeah, I've reached level 70. 70. But we got 6. Ooh, it's a 50-50. I say yeah because Gunbreaker is pretty easy. Oh, I remember people saying Gunbreaker was a little bit, like, finicky because it's, like, very DPS-y or some nonsense like that. You're the first one, Milo, that said that the Gunbreaker class is easy. I'm rather curious as to why you think this. Invulnerability, dead or alive, is a healer's nightmare. Fun fact, I used it by accident in, I used it by accident at the start of a raid or something like that, thinking I was pressing onto my my enmity my tank stance, the enmity thing. Didn't do it. So when my health went down to 1 while we're all sitting in this circle, I was just sort of like, "Oh no. Why is my health down to 1?" It's the heaviest DPS tank in my opinion, and to me I feel the easiest to use due to its basic rotation. It's not the tank has... The warrior has a more basic rotation. You just hit things, and if you complete the combo, you get free, like, health regeneration. It's fantastic. I feel like the warrior is, like, the best tank for the healer, because you just self-heal if you're doing your job. It's amazing. It's the tank job you get someone who only plays DPS to play. Oh, well, I've never played DPS. So, bad news, bears. I've never played DPS before, so that comparison does not work for me. All right, where is my Final Fantasy? I need to log into it because I forgot to log into Final Fantasy like the normal way. I was using like the Dahamund like Explorer or whatever it's called. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Jason. How's it going? Hope you're doing all right.
Thank you, Code
Code!
Yoshi, for the 24-month tier 1 sub.
24 months, 2 years. Oh, shit. Amazing. 24 months. Hi, thank you. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisement. Have you picked a favorite emote? Good, thank you. And you? I am meh. I just went through a whole rant about the pain in my butt. It's annoying. Alrighty. Now then. I gotta get into the game. And I need to have a look at the predictions. Because I need to see again. Alright, 62% say that yes, I've made it to level 70. 38% said I didn't make it. We got it looks like there's 500 points in for this. Three people on the nah, 2 people on the yeah. Interesting. And the belly is your favorite. I don't have a belly emote. That's your belly, Code. That's not my emote. That's an emote from the Yoshi streamer Code the Yoshi. Look at that. Look at them. Look at this little dude. Look at this little guy. Or he's a big fella technically. He's a very big honky chunky fella, and he was playing what was it? Pathfinder Kingmaker. How did that go? Oh lord, your left arm. All right, fixed. All right, I could never wrap my head around Sage, but I want to shoot lasers as a healer. I will be, if I was to be a healer, I feel like the Sage just seems cool, but that's more because of Joe Cat making it sound cool because they're the new kid on the block with a Glock that watches TikTok. It's going okay. Only thing is you can't keep count of your, wait, what? It's going okay. Only thing is you can't keep count of our money. I think I understand what you said. I think I understand what you said there. Alrighty. Moment of truth, people. Now, let me see if I can do this correctly. So, hopefully I've got this thingy-madiggy right. We're gonna go over to the game screen. And we're gonna check chat. Because there's a thingy-madiggy right now on whether or not I made it to level 70 as the Gunbreaker. Are you ready for this? We're gonna zoom into the middle screen. Moderators, be ready. This could be a win, or this can be a massive loss. Let's see. Did the Gunbreaker make it to level 70? No, he didn't! The Gunbreaker didn't make it to level 70, I'm sorry, chat. The Gunbreaker is still at level 65. I had maybe 2 sessions to play, like, as the Gunbreaker, close at 65. I gained 5 levels out of the required 10. Did you say how often you play the game? I play this at least once a week. And if I don't have, like, anything like grindy that I have to go through single player, such as Starfield or Armored Core most recently, I probably would have been playing this as well. If anyone was friends with me on Final Fantasy XIV, they would see that I was online back at like 11 a.m. grinding. Code was online as well, but he didn't say hi to me. So yeah, all right, So where's my prediction? I need to choose an outcome. Did the Gunbreaker class reach level 70? Nah, it didn't. So let's see who won. Congratulations, Sashera. You won the most point. You were the highest voter. Enjoy your fun little enjoy your gains. Answers always give me chills. Wait, is that the name of the song? The like like the one that's at the end of A Realm Reborn. All right, who am I? Oh yeah, I'm talking to this guy. Also, is the what's Mahoozies in my? Alrighty. No, Cap is not online right now. Alrighty. Radovan. How the fuck am I going to do Radovan's voice? Like, who? Yep, playing it in certain areas gives me chills. Who was it that did the voice of Radovan? Who was it? It was Avalon. Avalon, are you here? I need your Scottish accent. I can't do his voice without the Scottish accent. It would be very unfair onto chat if there wasn't a Scottish person here to do their voice. I don't give a shit about Sophie. I can do the Sophie voice. That's not because I'm an egg or anything like that. That's just because I need someone to do Rodovin's voice. Hey, Savage! Hang on a second. Ah, that's why. Hang on. Ding. Dong. Drag you in here. Savage. Ow. Savage?
Hey.
Question.
Yeah?
Can you... Nice by September. I need to shrink that thingy-madoogie. Can you do a Scottish accent?
Nope.
Okay.
I cannot do that.
Alright, well, look at...
Also, I've been laughing at the way you've been saying his fucking name.
Radovan. Radovan? What was I saying before?
Yeah, it's Radovan.
Radovan.
Yeah. I was like... I heard the Radovan, I'm like... I'm just here laughing.
Radovan. But yeah, so I'm only up to level like 65, so I can do like maybe two class missions with them. And I don't think that'll be enough to get me up to 70, so it's a case of doing these classes. Sorry?
Yeah, that wouldn't be enough.
Yep. Alright.
Oh yeah, I forgot you wouldn't have that. Fuck.
No. You and I are at very different wavelengths when it comes to the Final Fantasy XIV thingamadoogs. Like, I've only just
I was thinking about it, I was like, oh, wait, like... Because I was thinking because of the earring thing that I have, because it gives you an XP boost, and I was like, oh yeah, you wouldn't have that because you didn't pre-order Endwalker.
No, I didn't. And what's more is, I think the thingamadoogie stops at, like, most XP boosters stop at level 30 or 60 a lot of the time, so...
Well, for the earring that I have on, it works up to level 80.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and as an example, the one that's going to come out with the next... That's going to be a thing with next expansions, collector's edition, or pre-order, that one will work to level 90.
I can't remember if Grant got the anniversary mount. I don't think so. I will need to double check. All right, I need to try and invoke. I need to get the mind of Scrooge McDuck, David Tennant into my brain. Where's my bagpipes? Where's my bagpipes?
I think it's this one.
You used to be nice. Where have you been? There's out before or any of the freedoms. There's looking for a tenor. There's the walls that surround this city remind me of my homeland. We built it as a fortress to keep out invaders. Not that it made such difference in the end. Oh, not this again. Perhaps you could lighten the mood by sharing our recent bit of good news. Ah, yes. It looks like we've found our next client. Nothing's been decided, but a lady named Oriel has awaited for us near the gates of Thal. We'll meet you there. I code. And this is code the Yoshi right here. Just hang on. You've got visual mods on, don't you, Code? Look at this degenerate. Look at this degenerate Rothgar. They've got mods on. That's a mod outfit if ever I've seen one. I've been around the Twitters and the trending tags. I know exactly the outfits and the thingy. Ooh, cookie. Who wanted the cookie? Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. Bookie. That Rothgar is not wearing pants. I have not seen a Rothgar besides myself who would, like, actively wear pants. Like, even if... You're a Vieira right now. Like, you don't count.
You remember my main?
I kind of do, but now you're just ruining the comedic effect. Also, those aren't pants. Those are assless chaps with like a weird like thingy madiggy on them. No, Code, they're not pants. I will open up a poll and we will ask the peoples, are those pants? Pretty sure those aren't pants. So, poll. Is Code wearing... Yeah, those aren't pants either. Like, they're like the reverse of those, you know those, camping pants you get, Savage, with, like, the zippers on them so you can change them from pants to shorts?
Oh, yeah, I remember those.
Yeah. It looks like the reverse of that.
I was thinking about it for a second, I was like, I'm not sure which ones you're talking about, and then you mentioned making them from pants to shorts, and I'm like, oh!
Yep. But so let's do a quick 2-minute timer.
Hello.
My server's the big RP one. Look, I'm on Materia, okay? There isn't a lot going off on Materia. I have way too many people outside of Materia telling me nothing's happening in Materia. It is very upsetting. I have stuck like forever in a duty like roulette thingy madiggy trying to get the Void Arc. I have not been able to get the Void Arc, despite the fact if I like look at my thingy madoogie, like Void Arc is one of the like 10th anniversary things where you get like the extra shit as well, and no one is doing it. Again, those aren't pants, but that's a cool sword. Yep, and then habonk. So yeah, what I'm wearing has pants. Yoink. There we go. Hang on. Yeah, there we go. And
I still love the weapon I have for summoner on my main.
Would these be considered pants? Probably not.
Kinda, I don't know.
You haven't transferred to North America yet because I have a guild. I need to actually I probably need to figure this shit out with Code at one point. Let me find a guild chest. I need to solve this problem.
That's the irony of it, actually.
What is it?
Well, that question, it's like, that's the irony of it. You went from NA to over here.
Yes, I did. Because I was in like Behemoth or Bahamut or something like that. I had like a really high ping and such like that. And then I went over to Materia like a lot of other Oceania peeps because we thought, oh hey, like there's now an Oceania server. It's going to be great. There's going to be like raiding and end game content that Australians can do and not, you know, get hugely... Oh my goodness. Who contribute... Jason! Code was not wearing pants. Alright, hang on a sec. Back to Gunbreaker. Where's the chest? Found it. So, the problem is, I am currently in a guild. Now, we don't do too much in this guild, I will be real with you, but, you know, amazingly enough, this is the most active our guild has been right now. If I was to leave this, Code would essentially be the leader of this guild, but I think but then most of Code's friends are in NA servers already or something like that. I'm not too sure what their friends' situation is. Like, I would have to leave the guild. I would no longer be the leader, and I have contributed about 3 million, like, guild to this. And I would very much like to just grab all that shit before I leave.
Well, the stuff in the company chest there, you can just pull that out.
Yeah, so I don't know how I feel about... Because, like, some of my dyes are in there, so I'm probably not going to grab those again. Don't give a shit about that. I put all those in there because I thought I was going to be needing a lot of fishing things. Turns out I don't.
Yeah, but look at it this way, Grant. If we let's say you did go back to NA, that all you'd have to do is just pull all the shit that you want to bring over out of there, and it'll transfer with you.
Oh, Code has a lot of peeps in NA. Radio. People mainly do Praetorium or Meridi. Oh, okay. Darn. Hey! You made the same mistake, Ake, as well? Oh, where... Thank you, Code. Yeah. I think, yeah, like, just a lot of us in Oceania, like, we all were enthusiastic about going into Materia, the one data center, or a lot of us were like, didn't want to jump ship from North America and such like that. I was on the side of joining Materia because I didn't want to deal with because I knew what high ping feels like, and I just wanted an experience of not dealing with high ping, especially the further on I was going into this game and dealing with trials and dungeons and what have you. So yeah. But turns out there's a VPN service you can get that just redoes your entire routing method. So instead of getting hit with 170 milliseconds of ping, you get hit with 40. Yeah, that was right. That was advertised by another streamer, Gerald something. I can't remember the second
Gerald
half
Hart.
of their name. Sorry?
Gerald Hart?
Gerald Hart, that's it. Granted, they're sponsored by Exit Lag, but there's other kinds of VPN services out there where...
It's funny, because...
Yep.
Something that's actually kind of funny is I was going to mention, hey, I know somebody who plays on, literally every server.
Yeah, and
he was the one I was going to mention.
Yeah, they play on every... they have a character here. They have a character... They normally play in North America, and...
Yeah.
I'm... As tempting as it would be, just...
EU... the Japanese servers, and Materia. They have one character on each center.
Yeah.
On each region, essentially.
170 milliseconds. You're complaining about
obviously
170 milliseconds. Yes! Sashara, I don't think you understand. Because of running 170 seconds to... Back when I was streaming not on my current Aussie broadband thingy-madoogie, I was previously on a normal TPG thing. That one was 220. I would get hit with 170 something or others here. There is so many times in dungeons and raids and trials, Velk has seen this happen, where, there's the goop juice and such like that, and I'm too busy doing my my combos and shit, and yet somehow... Oh, let me get out of the way of this cooker. Somehow, Ultra Instincts, hits off with me when I'm playing this game, and I, just do the minutest of, movements or something like that to get out of... the goopy juice problem, or whenever there's oh, I'm trying to pull different enemies and I'm trying to corral the... Because what was that map? What was that dungeon where you basically had to it's not Doma, I don't think you're invading, but you had to go through city streets or something, and there was barriers and such and cannon fire going off.
I know exactly which dungeon you're talking about. I can't remember the name, though.
Because it was the first time I was playing it.
It's a late Stormblood one.
Yeah, it's a late Stormblood one.
Let me look.
So yeah, because the first time I played it...
I was in it not that long ago.
Yeah, because the first time I played it, I was just doing my tank thing of okay, let me get the enmity. Let me hit these guys. Let me do pressing 4 for the distance, AoEing when they try and get past me. And while that's going off, there's yellow circle problems because of mortar fire ready to hit me and such, or the cannons doing something. And it's oh, I was able to somehow just frame perfect.
So I'm realizing that there's technically 3 that are kind of like that.
It might have been Alamigo. Zarek's probably got to it before you.
Do you remember what the last boss was? What they look? I know, because one of them has 2 females. Which that one is the very last dungeon. Another is where you fight Xenos at the end.
I don't think it was the one with Xenos. It was earlier than that.
And then there's another one where you fight this other guy who summons these like chainsaw blade things.
I think it might have been the
That go
chainsaw
across the
blade
arena?
one. There was like, because I remember like during the the leading up to it or something like that, like getting to him or something or rather, there was like either bulldogs or like lawnmowers later on. Oh, I forgot to change my shirt for the the stream.
I think that that should be Alamigo.
Yeah. So that one, like, I was doing some Ultra Instincts nonsense of being able to pull the enemies, but not do it when I was in danger of getting hit by mortar fire or whatever the F was going to shoot me down the street. And I was able to, like, get behind a barrier and such. And Velk is just sort of like, have you done this before? And I'm like, nope. So...
Yeah, I'm pretty good at being able to dodge shit like that.
Yeah. The only reason I'm able to dodge shit is because of that 40 milliseconds.
Honestly, it's kind of funny because there's actually a thing where technically you can dodge an attack but still be in the area it hits.
Yeah, because the danger is with the DPS is they need to get out of the zone just before, like, if they're going to greed properly, they have to get out of the zone before it disappears. Because even though technically the attack doesn't go off until after the zone disappears, it calculates whether you get hit or not.
You have to get out even before the area disappears.
Yeah, exactly. So
like even a good bit before, because of the way the game registers damage. Because it's kind of interesting because it registers the damage before the actual visual even goes out.
Yeah, no, that's how it is.
That's how I've done some cheeky shit where I'm sitting inside of the AoE as the animation's going off, but I didn't get hit.
Yep. No, I didn't miss your thingy-majiggy, Sashar. I'm just seeing you all caps molding about but you get the point. Like, as an you get it.
But
the high ping just removes your chance of, because going from high ping to low ping, you're gonna have an Ultra Instinct moment, Sashara. You're gonna have it. It's gonna feel wonderful, where you're suddenly gonna clue into the, oh, ping actually affects skill. You're gonna have that moment, and
yeah, ping does help you with being able to dodge shit at times.
Yeah, there is very few reasons ping helps you. The only reason network fuckery will help you is if you're in Dark Souls and it's an inconsistent connection, because then what's happening there is you're doing that's a little more like a weird hackery nonsense where it's you're able to do registry changes because the hit register takes priority over visual and movement in Dark Souls. So, which doesn't apply here in Final Fantasy, technically speaking.
I've heard that Machinist, the class Machinist, for them it's kind of, it hurt, if you're trying to, at least from what I've heard, when you're trying to, when you're trying to optimize Machinist, and, really well, some people try to do.
Yep.
Yeah, at higher pings it's hard to do that, apparently.
Higher pings is it's just more difficult the minute you have timing issues. That's why so many of the rhythm games that have been coming out for shooters and such have a whole let's do a little audio visual syncing thing. So press the button when you hear the thing, press the button when you see the thing, and then they press the button when both are in line or something like that, and they're oh, there's this much of a gap or something like that. It's delay is very important. Have I played a lot of MMOs? Sir Fondlebottom, I have played, let's see, World of Warcraft back when Burning Crusade came out, and I never properly got into it. I got into it for a little bit, got distracted with quests for the miner, didn't play it for 3 days, tried to get back in, had no clue what I was doing, and then I left that, and I never came back. RuneScape, I've always, I feel like everyone's done RuneScape. You've done RuneScape, Savage.
Nope.
Why are you in my chat? Why?
Honestly, I've only ever played WoW, and then after a while, after my friend I got into it with, after they stopped playing, I ditched that and came over to 14.
Radio. So yeah. So I got into 14 because of like the whole. Did you know the? Hang on a second. I have the thingy-majiggy somewhere. Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 with no restriction on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today. Like, that's the reason I got into it. And then I bought a subscription before I was even done with Heavensward because I filled up all my retainers with fucking items. So, and then trying Destiny 2. I haven't gone into Destiny 2 again for a while. I'm glad that I only got like the legacy pack to go through like the old stuff. I've not bought into the battle pass or anything like that because I've just been missing out on most of the battle pass yearly nonsense.
So, Grant, want to know something kind of funny?
What's something funny?
With the release of the next major patch, yeah, the community is going to have to update that little copy pasta.
Oh, because it's going to include...
It's extending to Stormblood now.
Yeah.
It's going to be extending to Stormblood.
That's cool.
With the next patch.
Because I remember they did it as like a promotional thing for a time where they were like, oh, Stormblood is now available for free in the trial for a limited time.
Yeah, like, literally.
So
like that's one of the things they showcased about it.
Yeah. I wonder if it's going to be in the same fashion as, hang on a second, critically acclaimed, let me find the image, because I love when someone just grabbed, like, a word art image of, here it is, let me see
I'm
if
glad that they're doing that they're adding more of the expansions just to the free trial.
Yeah, where it's just every, like, word art.
Oh, God.
And then,
I got that.
during the Great Migration from... what's-a-mahoozy, from World of Warcraft, they then updated it to, please unhear about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. And our servers can't take it.
Yeah.
It's just so silly. And then, oh, there's another one. There's a new one. Where is it?
Oh, did somebody actually do the one with the Stormblood shit?
On July 28th, 2023. Yep, so someone's posted it. Hang on a sec. Let me get it. I want to... Dink, dunk. There it is.
I'm still excited about the next patch.
This is it. Here it is. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with an expanded free trial? Where you can play the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion, and also award-winning Stormblood expansion up to level 70 for free with no restriction on playtime. Amazing. I love it. God, you gotta love Know Your Memes. Just a great repository for learning shit.
Yeah.
Alright. You're the bodyguards, right? We need your help. It's my husband. After he walked out, I thought I'd seen the last of him, but now you've got to keep him away from us. Oh, goddammit. Radovan, this sounds serious. Hear her out, would you? Very well. My apologies. Please continue. His name's Geralt. He won't leave us alone, and he keeps jumping out to harass us when we're by ourselves. If we were to go outside the city gates, I'm sure he'd follow us, and when he does, I want you to scare him off. I doubt he'll show himself if he sees you have bodyguards, so we're wait somewhere nearby. When the moment is right, we'll give him a fright he won't forget in a hurry. Yes, that ought to work. Tim and I will leave through this gate, so you should find a hiding place. It's time that bastard, excuse my language, learned his lesson. Nice. What did Xerix play before? They played WoW until things got... well, that. Leaving there, they went to... I don't know what those acronyms are. I recognize Final Fantasy XIV, and
I see
Destiny 2.
Fantasy Star Online 2, I think? I don't know what the other one is.
Fantasy's an F,
And then-
isn't it?
Well, I think they spell it differently.
Why they gotta spell it differently?
Yep, they spell it with a P. So yeah.
Adventure Quest 3D. Oh, I remember Adventure Quest.
I need to mess with Warframe more.
Pull the lever, Grunk.
No
Yeah.
code.
Because I'm liking it a lot more.
Yep.
Honestly, in terms of like the kind of like games like Destiny / or Warframe, I prefer Warframe more. I'm just like I've been done with Destiny for a while now.
I've gone through a lot of Warframe, and my history with it is I will get into a bit of a grind, and then I'll just sort of tire myself out from the grind, and I don't continue it on for like a good year, which
Yeah.
I don't know how like the developers try and combat that, like, because Final Fantasy doesn't have like a getting like exhausted with the grind or anything like that kind of feel to it. I don't know if it's just because of the way Warframe wants you to gain levels is to, you know, go through the weapons and such like that, so your progression is tied to grind, whereas with this game it's like, unless you're going into alternative classes, I've not had to grind on like the other classes that I've played. Like, for example, Warrior, I never grinded with Warrior. I literally just played it however I wanted. And then when it got to Dark Knight, I did do a little bit of a grind to get it to play the main campaign. But once it was able to play the main campaign, there was no grinding going off. And then once again with Gunbreaker, I tried doing a grind in like 2 sessions, and I've only gone up like 5 levels, but I'm very much committed to the idea of once it reaches level 70, I'm going in, like, have it or whatever level it needs to be in the story that I'm up to, continue playing through the story missions with it, and I probably won't grind like in between or afterwards. Alrighty. Wizard time. Remember, we've got the boy to think about. I'd rather not cut a man down in front of his own son, but I will if I have to. You follow my lead.
Oh yeah, and I need to
Here we go. Get away from her! What? Who the bloody hells are you? Friends of Oriel, now walk away while you still can. But I only want what's best for my boy. Your boy? You've got no right to call him that. He belongs to me. This is your final warning. Bother them again and you won't live to regret it.
Oh yeah, I forgot I have this weapon. I completely forgot I had the weapon I do for Red Mage.
Haha, that'll teach him. And you are wonderful, worth every gil. Thank you so much. It was our pleasure. Do a nice bow. Although there wasn't much for us to do, your presence lent weight to my words. But most importantly, the client was satisfied with our work. Yes, she did seem rather pleased with herself. Listen, you two, there's no time to explain. We have to follow that woman. Hell's bells. When Sophie gets one of her hunches, there's no stopping her. Wait, where the hell did they go? Oh, they went to... Wow, they just jumped to an entirely different
Honestly, just
region.
for fun, I'll just do this. Yeah, so that's the, so that's that weapon I have for somewhere that I was talking about.
Oh,
Yeah,
what is that?
it's so that's one of the weapons you can get from an ultimate. an ultimate raid.
Oh.
Yeah, you should try it on. And actually, I love the way it looks. I'm so.
I'll look half
happy that I was able to
naked
get
with
that.
it, just to forewarn, so it ain't gonna work well for me. Mount up.
Well, you can make it where it'll show your gear.
Yeah, but it's like, I always have to, like, press the button. It's one of those cases of just not wanting to look right now. Here we go. Not to worry, Jason. Zarex thought they got a whisper when you did the whisper to me. Because it just went off in the stream. And they were just sort of like, ooh, a whisper. And they're like, hang on, who whispered?
Oh my god.
Why would she bring Tim all the way out here?
I'm actually kind of curious.
Did you not
Zarex,
do
what
the
server are you
gunbreaker
on?
thing? What are we supposed to do with a runt like this? If we feed him up, he might be worth something one day. She's selling her own kid! We've got to stop him! Wait, is that... Enough of this! Stay away from my son. Son, eh? You should have kept out of this, mate. Too late now. Just wagging their finger in front of them. Too late now. Quickly, we've got to help him. Hurrah! Oh, that's him keeling over. That's not him readying. Now, Grant, it's up to you.
Yeah.
He's just old. Alright, here we go.
Yes. Oh, I forgot.
Look at this amazing comboing I'm doing.
Oh, God.
Got him.
I'm just like, oh. When you were talking about Gunbreaker, I was like, oh, God, if I showed you what it's like at max level.
Oh, I feel
It's
like I
pretty
would be in... I'd just be in trouble. Because I'm just doing it at like level 60 and such like that, and
Which,
once
I
I get
mean,
to 70, it's like,
technically,
oh,
I
I'll
can-
just get to the story.
Yeah. Which, I mean, technically, I can fucking show it to you on stream by streaming it on Discord at some point.
One day. Wait, but don't you stream, don't you? You got back into it?
Well, yeah. Well, I haven't... It's been a little since it's been at least like a week or two, probably,
Oh, that's
since I
okay.
did it.
I almost thought for a second it was like
Yeah.
a year or something, like long ass time like that.
No. Well, hell, for me, it was like, I was just like, I got the new GPU, so I was like, you know what, let me just say YOLO and try. See
Hey, nice.
how it works. Now that I have this one, and yeah, at least I can now.
That's so you're back on your PC setup, or have you now merged it down to one?
I'm on my single PC one, but like at least I know that my computer can handle it. Like that's the thing I would like, because I really am hesitant to do like a dual system at the moment, considering how easily the breaker in this apartment here gets flipped, even just with me just having my single PC on.
Really? Oh.
So, you wanna know how stupid it is? Yeah, the kitchen, living room, dining room, my bedroom, basically everywhere aside from the hallway and the bathroom is on one breaker.
What?
Yeah,
Wait,
all of that.
how many breakers do I have? Keep talking.
I'll admit it's like one of those. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's like one of those like double slot ones. But yeah, I really don't like the fact that it's like that.
Damn it, my headphones don't
Here.
go far enough for me to be able to walk to the breaker and still hear you. I was kind of hoping I could like walk all the way to my apartment's breaker so you like could explain like your breaker situation and I could like confirm on my side. 'Cause
Yeah. So
visually speaking, I
So-
think I have one for the hot water system, one for the kitchen, bathroom, and I think for each of the bedrooms. Like I'm pretty sure I have like enough breakers where lights, sorry. Lights, hot water system, bedroom, bathroom, and then kitchen, I think.
Yeah, because like essentially what happens is if the power goes if the power goes off in my room from it flipping, it's also off in my parents' room, the living room, the kitchen, and the dining room. Like everywhere aside from the hallway and the bathroom. The power is just it's just gone if that thing flips. And when I think about it, it's like there's 3 plugs in here, 3 plugs in my parents' room, 3 in the living room, and 2 in the dining room, and then at least 3 in the kitchen.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a lot of plugs. A lot of shit that's on one singular breaker. It's one of those like double slot ones though, but still, even then I feel like that's honestly kind of not good.
So double slot as in it like it's meant to be able to hold in like twice as much amperage or something, or
I don't know. It's because you know how like some of them are like those thin ones that only have like the like small lever.
Yep.
Yeah, ours is like one of the like is like 2 is essentially about the size of 2 of those.
Okay.
I don't know exactly how many amps it is because I can't tell just by what it says on it. Exactly, but yeah, but it's like clearly this building was not rechecked for the power delivery.
Yeah, that's annoying. And this is over in Canada as well, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep. So Australia doesn't. I have my opinions about Australians building their shit, but like electrical isn't like one of their faults. I feel like Australia's fault is when it comes to like what's the word? Terraforming stuff, like keeping it cool when you want it to be cool, keeping it hot when you want it to be hot. Like houses and apartments here in Australia, like if you are having like a cold day, even if you're in Melbourne or Sydney where you can get a cold day, they just don't build their houses to retain heat. They think that like, oh, the air has to escape with such ease, even in the winter. It's fucking horrendous.
Yeah.
So obviously your air conditioning and your electrical bill goes up like skyrockety during those kinds of days. Grant.
And part of the issue is that this is an older building, so.
Yeah. Grant, I let you down. I let everyone down. But Sophie, what happened here? I knew from the moment I met Oriole that there was something not quite right about her. It wasn't until later I realized she's a somnus addict. Once it takes hold, it changes you. The fuck is a somnus?
I have no clue.
It obviously is meant to be like a drug. I doubt this is like a food. It's not like, oh, she's a sugar addict or she's a hamburger addict. It's like, nah, this sounds like a crack addict. Just had to come up with a fantasy drug. She was able to keep her addiction hidden from most, but not from me, and probably not from her family either. Yes, I've known for a while, but I had no idea she'd do something like this. Gods, if I hadn't stopped gambling, this never would have... Oh, Jesus.
And he's a gambling addict. Oh, God.
If I hadn't started gambling, this never would have happened. My debts spiraled out beyond my control. She ran to get away from me, to start a new life with our son. Both of them are not in a good situation. One's a gambling addict, the other is addicted to what I can assume to be either, like, drugs or heavy alcohol. Skooma in whatever it's called in Elder Scrolls. Well, here's the thing is, like, I think skooma is meant to be, like, it's supposed to be, like, a medicinal thing for the Khajiit. So it's not like an absolute, like, horrendous, like, hardcore drug, but the rest of society looks at the Khajiit and they're like, yeah, your funky shit can't be used. Shock of losing them made me realize I couldn't live like that anymore, so I vowed excuse me. So I vowed to turn my life around, and I worked my fingers to the bone to repay the money I owed. But by the time I finally found the courage to track down Oriole, it was too late. She'd made new friends, the worst sort of friends, and had to resort to God knows only what to make ends meet. It became too much to bear, and Somnus was her only escape. Nothing else mattered to her, not even her own son. Oh my god, this... How is this child is just blank staring this thing. This child has clearly seen worse in this family than just what is being explained to us right now, and where he almost got sold. So you see, it wasn't only my life I'd ruined. I made her who she is today. That's why I don't have it in me to hate her. What will you do now? I plan to send her to Fronsdale Frontiser... wrong zoom.
I would have no clue how to pronounce that.
Frondale's Frontistery. Frontale's Frontistery. They can treat people like Oriole, although it costs more than most folk can afford. My savings should cover it for a short while, at least. We'll take it one day at a time and see how she responds to the treatment. I know she might never recover, but I can't give up on her. Obviously, she's in no fit state to look after Tim, so he'll be living with me. This is just... This is a terrible family, but this is way too close to real, where it's like, oh, I'm just a dad with a gambling habit, and then I left, and then the mom got addicted to drugs and nearly sold our son.
So, a small part of what's happening there is honestly kind of a... I just am like,
Problem.
Yeah, because that's surprisingly ironic, to say the least.
Oh, do you know something about, Radovan?
No,
Sophie.
It's the irony of the fact that, of some of what's happening with that family there.
Ah.
Because, yeah, it was something I found out recently about myself,
Ah.
to say the least.
Alright. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, we won't push further.
I don't really care that much about it. Just like, it doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't change anything at this point, but, yeah.
No. Fair enough. You could have been killed confronting those slavers. If you wind up dead, there'll be no one to look after the boy. From now on, you'll have to think before you act. I will. I swear it. Thank you all for everything you've done. I do just smiling and waving. That poor child. Sophie's quick thinking may have saved him on this occasion, but I fear his hardships are far from over. I, on the other hand, only succeeded in disgracing myself. Again. It's not your fault, Radovan. Although, I think you owe Grant an explanation, though. Yes. If you were to fight side by side, there is something you should know. Though I served as an Imperial conscript for a time, after I disobeyed a direct order, I was sentenced to solitary confinement for more than a decade. Like many of the inmates, I was forced to wear a Magitech collar. The wardens could have used them to administer a severe electric shock any time they pleased, and please them it did. The paralysis would eventually wear off, but even now, years after removing the collar, my whole body will suddenly seize up. It's as though the pain never left me, and could reawaken at any moment. Thankfully, my condition appears to have improved somewhat since leaving the Empire. Perhaps one day I will be free of it, but until then, there's no telling when it might strike. Radovan saved my bacon more times than I can count, so it's only fair that I do the same for him. We've been through thick and thin, ever since the first time we met in the Garlean jail. I was awaiting execution along with the other captured members of the Resistance, as well as various insurgents and undesirables. Among them were several Somnus addicts. Even in an Imperial jail, there are ways to get your hands on it. When I saw Oriel, I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but she had the same look in her eyes, those lost souls. Anyway, where was I? So, Radovan has been meaning to escape ever since he was first imprisoned and was secretly digging a tunnel. A few ilms each night over the course of about 10 years. The only thing was, it went the wrong way. Then one night, he suddenly burst through my wall. Why did you have to tell him that? You know I'm far from proud of my miscalculation. You know what this is? That plot line of like, oh, going to the wrong wall? That's the Count of Monte Cristo. That's what happened.
I fucking forgot about that part.
That's just literally the Count of Monte Cristo, where the what's-mahuzi, like the priest or what have you, like dug his way out through the wall, and he's like, he just ends up in your protagonist's cell, and he's like, oh, I was trying to escape from this prison and swim to shore, but I went the wrong way. You should, and then he like takes him to his like prison cell, and they see he's got books and a chair and all this stuff. And so the protagonist like learns to read and fight and all that from the priest, and it was all for the service of revenge, because he was thrown into jail because of his best friend betraying him, because he held a letter for the exiled Napoleon that was like, you know, given to him by a person that they weren't supposed to. No, he was given a letter from the exiled Napoleon that would have gone to someone in France. He didn't know the contents of the letter because he couldn't read it or something. His best friend, however, saw the letter. He got reported for it. He gave the letter to like this general or something, or rather, the general like reads it, and he's like, yeah, this is very like dangerous and such like that, and was originally going to hold it. He asks where he got, like, who this letter was supposed to be sent to or something. The guy tells him like the name. Turns out the person that he was meant to deliver it to was like someone really close to the general, and if that ever like got out that, oh, like there's still a circle of people trying to rescue Napoleon and bring him back to like leading France and shit like that, then a lot of people's heads, including his, would have rolled and shit. And so he's like, burns the letter, arrests him. He escapes to his best friend's like chateau or something like that, but his best friend betrays him because he took the love, because he wanted like his wife or something like that, and he read the contents of the letter, and he assumed that he was also interested in Napoleon rising to power again. And it's a wonderful book. It's being turned into a movie, I want to say 3 times now. There's a modern one in like 2000s where Henry Cavill plays as the son. I completely forgot Henry Cavill plays that as a son, and I didn't realize this until I watched it again like a year ago. It's an amazing story. I think that was the one I caught a glimpse of. Yeah, maybe. There's like a lot of big names, because like, hang on a second. The Count of Monte Cristo. Like, yeah, there's the 2002 film, because it's got like a number of like relatively big names. So you have Jim Caviezel, who has played in a number of films. Let's see, Guy Pearce. He's a relatively big name. Whereas Henry Cavill, as I mentioned before, he's in the film. Let's see, not Freddie Jones, not you. No. Oh, Luis Guzman, he's in it, so he's played a comedian in a lot of other kinds of things, and like Boogie Night, he's in this film. James Frain, and he was in The Tudors, he's also in True Blood and such. Like there's a lot of names in here that you're just sort of like, Jesus Christ, like relatively big names were in this. Anyway, sorry for distracting. Donk. Well, things worked out in the end, didn't they? The other inmates made such a racket when you came crashing in, it drew the attention of the wardens, and all hell broke loose. In the confusion, Radovan and I forced our way past the guards, and by some miracle, we managed to avoid the searchlights, and finally, we were free. Free to return to my wife and child, to my homeland, or so I thought. While I've been rotting away in a Garlean cell, everything I knew, everything I loved had been taken away from me. I should have been there, but I couldn't, even. Enough of this. We've spoken over long as it is. Well then, where to next? I think I've had my fill of Uldar. What say we try our luck in Limsalominsa? I'm sure a change of scenery will do us a world of good. Yes, I like the sound of that. Let's reconvene at the local Adventurers Guild. They're just going to all the different Adventurers Guilds, I'm assuming.
Yeah, from what I remember, basically.
Yep.
They're just going around different places. You just remembered you needed to check on your squadron. I have not checked on my squadron in a long time. I just got up to the rank that I needed to be up, and then I just, you know, moved on. I'm close to getting all mine maxed out,
Hey.
from what I remember.
Wave! Nice.
Oh, hey, it's Gerald.
Yeah, it's Gerald. Hug. Ding ding. There we go. Nice. Hi,
It's kind of
Gerald.
funny because it's kind of funny because I had seen a friend doing some raiding shit in like a Discord that I'm in for his group.
Radio.
Because I think I was helping at one point with shit, and I actually had seen Gerald in there with them helping out.
Nice. All right.
I was like, oh shit. I'll probably get back into raiding next expansion. I've just not felt the need to this current tier though.
Yep.
I don't care about the. I'm not too interested in doing the fights. I don't care about the gear. Don't care about the mount. And there isn't anything in particular I'd need that gear for. So it would have just been doing the fights to do the fights, essentially.
Radio.
And just getting gear to get gear.
So yeah, I've still got a ways to go before I'm at the point where it's like, oh yeah, doing some daily raids or anything like that. I'm still just doing what I can to either get my level up or continue through the main quest line. A city founded by pirates. Now that's a terrible idea if ever I heard one. With all the cutthroats running rampant, I'm surprised there's anyone left. Fuck you. A city founded by pirates is an amazing idea. It's how we got America, thank you very much. It very much is. I know everyone's like, oh, but like, fucking, what's Mahuzi? Innistrad or what have you was like sort of supposed to be the American with like the church and state weird thingamadoogies, but it's not because the church is running the state. That's more of a Vatican situation, not an American situation. Limsalominsa, meanwhile, yes, it is founded. Most people will just latch onto the pirate thing, but they latch onto the pirate thing much like how people say, oh, Australians are built by convicts. It's like you're kind of like glossing over a lot of Australia when you just keep it to the convicts, okay? Limsalominsa had a lot of pirates and merchants and privateers come together and create a number of city-states along the coast, creating their united trade and united army, all being led by an admiral at this case, who would also being the highest authority in the army was the civil leader. Which is very much how George Washington and the presidents thereafter have done their thing. This is proto-America before we have like the multiple parties and shit, because we still had the same admiral for however many years now.
You mentioning like the Vatican, it reminded me of a fucking post I saw. It's like I I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was like something talking about like something of like the Pope literally saying, essentially saying that that like gay people deserve a family just as much as anyone else, kind of thing. Like,
Mm.
and then somebody replied to like a thing about that with like, he's not a true Catholic or he's not a true Christian or something. And it's like, excuse me,
It's the fucking Pope.
you do realize who that is, right?
It's the
That's
fucking...
the fucking Pope.
Yeah, the Pope makes the rules.
It's like, it's the fucking Pope. He's the one who freaking like if there like if anyone is a true Christian or a true Catholic, it's the fucking Pope.
I think the Pope is Catholic. Christian is the the Queen, I believe.
I don't remember what one it was in the post, but like, yeah, if anyone is like a true Catholic or whatever for that, it's the fucking Pope.
Oh, it is the Pope. I thought it was. So
no
hang on a
one
second.
can deny that. Like, bruh.
List of current Christian leaders. Okay, so
I have to find the fucking.
Okay, so the
thing.
Pope is the highest of the Catholic Church. Then there's Eastern Orthodox churches, Oriental Orthodox, Church of the East, Old Catholic, the Anglican community. So the monarch of the United Kingdom is the supreme governor of the Church of England. And then it's the Archbishop of Canterbury, who's the principal. Okay, cool. So the Christian one is the king. Hi there, Avalon. Roman Christian Apollo is the whole Wait, what? Catholic Church. That's not his full title, is it? Catholic Church, Bishop of Rome, Sovereign of the Vatican City-State. First Pope to be a member of the Society of Jesus. The first from the Americas. The first from the Southern Hemisphere. And the first to be born or raised outside of Europe since the 8th century papacy of the Syrian Pope Gregory III. Jesus Christ, this guy's got a lot of firsts. Anglican Church is the one with the monarchy at the top because King... Yeah, cool. So the Yeah, I got that correct. Nice. Also,
Yeah,
hi Avalon. You've been missing out on things. I had to try and do a Scottish accent. It was terrible. Anyway, continue on, Savage.
Yeah. So I checked a little more into it, and it's like his like, and it seems like basically he's saying that like it seems more that it was like he was saying that even if you're gay or whatever, you still deserve a family because you're still a children of God, a child of God kind of thing, like, or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that was his reasoning. Essentially, he was like, yeah, he was basically saying that gay, whatever, like gay, trans, whatever it is, still like doesn't like it. Yeah, he's basically saying that all that kind of thing doesn't change the fact that you're still technically a child of God. In that sense.
Was he the one that said
Which
Pokemon wasn't evil? Hang on.
I don't know.
Give me a second.
That'd be funny if that was him.
Well,
but it's just funny to see stuff like that, because then it's like it literally just completely
oh, it was in the
2000s. I'm trying to think of the word, but it makes anyone who tries to like all the Christians and Catholics who try to fucking push shit onto people like that.
Yeah.
Like they typically do about that shit. It just is like, it makes them look ridiculous.
So, John Paul II from 1920 till 2005. Wait, was he like the... Okay, it didn't look... Alright, he's not problematic. I think it was Pope Benedict that was like not the good one. But yeah, so it was John Paul II, because I remember the story where they're like, oh, Pokemon is evil and satanic. It's talking about like evolution and these weird ass monsters and bugs and shit. And the Pope is like, nah, it's about like the ties that bind us and intense friendship. I accept this stance.
Yeah, it's just too funny to see them just absolutely dunk on those people.
It's
Like
great.
that.
Because it's one of those cases where it's like you probably were just hedging your bets of, oh, the church will side with you on rejecting rejecting the new and such like that, because that's kind of how the church has been functioning for a very long fucking time, is that they will, resort back to scripture for their like support of one action or another, despite the fact that a lot of the stuff that comes into question is stuff that is not in scripture, so you need to do your interpretations. So yeah, for John Paul to just sort of be like, nah, Pokemon are fine, meanwhile Pope Francis is like, nah, gay people are cool, and then having to deal with Undertale twice, I'm pretty sure. Who gave him Undertale? Someone gave him Undertale, because he then like had like a some sort of orchestra play an Undertale song for him or something like that. Like, hang on a second, let me Control T. The Pope, Undertale. It's not even the first game that the Pope has been exposed to. What? So in 2016, Matt Pat gave him the copy of Undertale as a gift. Nice. For some reason, Megalovania played during an audience. Yeah, so Xerix. So you just need to Google like the Pope Undertale. I now have a little more context. Matt Pat gave him a copy of the Undertale in 2016 as a gift when he visited him. And in a later time, and I think in 2022, God, the 2020s is just a fever dream of news sometimes, of like, oh, this happened. He got like an orchestral like play or something like that, or an orchestra playing all kinds of music for him. And one of the things they did is play Megalovania. Actually, you mentioned that as well. So yeah, so it was fantastic. All right. Ooh, Avalon. Can you get into the chat? I need your Scottish accent to do the voice lines, please. It's not the same, because I'm absolutely terrible at the Scottish accent and such like that. Look at my chest, it's just going brrr. Chest goes brrr.
God, I really need to level more of my classes to 50.
Playing with my pecs because it's an ad. Playing with my pecs because it's an ad.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 classes to get to fucking 60. Or, well, 50.
Radio. I have... Oh, I can't, like, get out of this thingamajiggy, can I? I'm just sitting here waiting for Avalon to have their coffee because I don't want to do a Scottish accent. Like, I don't know why. Like, I just do, like, I'm very softly spoken when trying to do the accent, and it just ends up just this weird twang between Scottish and maybe Welsh.
They're in gaming.
Awesome. Thank you. Drag them in. Hello, Avalon. Alrighty, I need to do the thing. I need to stream the thingy-madoogie into the what's-mahoozy, so then that way you can actually, like, see the dialogue and such.
I'm watching a little bar go across the screen. It's orange. What's that?
What? Oh, that was... The orange bar going across the screen was because of a, the tiny thing at the bottom was just an indicator of advertisements running.
Oh.
So that way, like, there's a visual cue of, like, the ads counting down to when they're running, but then the orange line is to indicate this is a portion of the stream that got hit with an ad. Because if I do it regularly enough, I might convince some people to get subscribed.
You could do, like, an ad break where you sing something or do something.
I very much could. Normally it's doing squats, but I got a pain in my ass, so...
I hope you're doing better, though.
Yeah. No, like, it doesn't hurt if I'm just in a chair, and I don't want to test, like, how many squats I can do before it starts making a squat painful, but it definitely hurts when it's, like, getting out of a car or going up and down a flight of stairs.
Woof.
Oofies indeed.
Okay, you need me to voice something?
Yes, I would love for you to voice with your lovely accent Radovan, because
No.
you do a really good job.
Oh, you. Alright. There'll be plenty of time to enjoy ourselves once we've a few more gil in our pockets. Grant, we're still waiting for word from the guild, so perhaps you should find somewhere for a few practice swings in the meantime.
Nice. Alright, now we can get into the next mission.
You'll be pleased to hear that the Yellow Jackets have offered us an assignment.
After taking on more than we'd bargained for with our previous clients, we're hoping this one will turn out to be relatively straightforward. We hadn't heard what it entails yet, but I'll bet it's something important.
A man called Futag Yafutag has arranged to meet us in the Bulwark Hall. Let's go and see what he wants.
Nice.
Yep, well, there's a level up for me.
Hell yes.
Savage, you know what this means?
30 to 31.
You're gonna need to get your voice lines ready. You need to
Get swole.
get swole. Now there's gonna be someone popping up, and you're gonna need to get your voice ready. Where am I going? This way. Oh my
if-
god, it's a Lalafell. You're playing as
Yeah, with a name like that?
Futag. I hate that I can just see Fuda.
No.
It was right there. Like, see? You see what I
Okay,
have to
then
deal
cover
with?
the other G.
Anyways, these. Alright, congratulations, Savage. You're playing as a potato person. Savage.
Man down.
Man down! Unless they're saying something and I can't hear them at all. Or they don't know that I have the thingy-majiggy streaming in Discord so they can actually see the rest of the text. Because otherwise, if I do something like this, all they can see is notice time is of the Ildebirds, who was until recent.
There you go. Oh, right.
So yeah, because that's what it looks like on stream, is like, you can barely see the fucking thing. Savage, join us in the Discord stream.
Oh my god.
You're playing as this little potato man. And if you ain't doing a voice line, then I'm gonna have to play the potato man.
Do it.
The potatoes! I'm going to use... I know they sound all low tone and shit because of that video Sashara shared me, but I'm going to do a very low, soft-spoken, high-pitched voice because of the potato people. They deserve the potato voice. You ready, Savage?
Oh my god.
Sighing and groaning in defeat of, oh, I'm in a voice chat. What is the requirements of being in the voice chat? Chatting, and maybe using voice lines.
Do the thing.
Do the thing. Julie, do the thing. It's been a while since I saw Avatar: The Legend of Korra. That was a good one.
Hey. Yeah, I actually liked... okay, I'm gonna be lame. I liked the OG one with Aang.
That's not like... People can enjoy that one, especially considering that one is like based off of like Chinese mythos and such, so the full 3 seasons they had was very much following that. Like, the lion turtle and all that kind of thing is in the mythos. So I kind of spoilt it for myself when I learned the origins of how one of the conclusions could have been a lion turtle teaching about energy flow and shit.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
Korra, I can see the appeal of Korra, and in fact, I kind of get it. But a lot of this is just me as, you know, writer, editor, that kind of stuff. A lot of what A lot of the decisions that Core makes reminds me of my D&D players sometimes, and me myself, because it's just like you have the good option, the bad option, and the silly option. Let's do none of those and ruin everything.
Nah, fair. Because my thoughts on The Legend of Korra is that the first season I feel like was really good, and they had like a really interesting, compelling sort of villain being, you know, the Equalists. Now, granted, spoiler alert, the leader of the Equalist, Amon, was just a waterbender with blood bending, able to trick people into thinking he was removing bending, but really he just wanted to do everyone will no longer have bending except me, making me ruler and shit, which is, you know, fucking ludicrous. But I was really hoping that the Equalist movement would still go on from like season 2 onwards, because it was an interesting sort of premise of like a leader and many people believing in the idea of, oh, all of our conflict and all of our war can be traced back to people having bending powers and looking to remove that in this city and such like that. And it's like, that would have been really cool, but they didn't go with that. And instead we just get like a weird sort of civil war between the North and the Southern water tribes for some reason, which, you know, I feel like that one was just like a really bad one, because they were like trying to be like, oh, but the Avatar is like meant to be invoking spirits and shit. We need to bring the spirit world into this somehow. And then that's when you've got like, I like the origin of the Avatar, like where we got Avatar Wan. Like, I love that one. That's probably like was it a 2-parter or was it 1 episode?
I don't remember. It's been years.
It's been years. But yeah, I think it was an episode. That episode was probably one of my favorites from season 2, because it gave you like an understanding of like, oh, the Lion Turtles weren't just, you know, giving you whatever kind of bending powers. It was like, oh, they gave you like fire, or they gave you like thingamadoogie and such. And the reason for the Avatar being special was thanks to Rava, who was in this like, you know, eternal fight where it would just lead to balance and such like that, because they were equally matched and da-da-da. And it was really cool because when Juan is learning firebending and shit, he learns it from a dragon, and he does the dragon dance that Aang and Zuko did in season 3. So I really liked it, and I was kind of fine with like a little bit of this of like the every 10,000 years kind of thing. I was like, okay, that's enough of a gap where you can get away with every 10,000 years there's this, every 100 years there was Sozin's comet. It's like it wasn't like a ridiculous sort of like timely thing, but once they were like getting to the end and shit, and it was like, oh, you can physically enter the spirit world and do your bending, and then they like, you know, got rid of like the entire connection to the past avatars and shit, and then they brought it back because of like the tree being like a Deus Ex Machina or some shit. Like, wasn't a huge fan. But then season 3 kind of did a really good job cleaning that up, of being like, oh, harmonic convergence like gives us more airbenders, so then that way they're not just an endangered species or what shit, which was really cool. And then season 4 was just a nice little cleanup of like capping it off. So yeah, Savage.
To me, they kind of added on to a lot of the already built-in universe. Like metal bending didn't really make much sense to me.
Yeah, metal bending was like sort of like an exploit in season 2/3 of Avatar, which, you know, some people could argue whether or not it was like a good thing to do, but I reckon because of like the abilities that Toph had, I was fine with that. I was fine with, you know, Toph at the time being the only one that could do metal bending. And they demonstrated it in the first season of Legend of Korra as well, where it's like, oh, you know, we've seen, you know, other forms of bending, like sub-bending things, where it's like, oh, blood bending is very much a thing you can do if you're trained into it. Metal bending seemed like a thing only Toph can do until she trained and they did research and such like that and created metals that were specifically helpful for metal bending and shit. And then lightning bending, I honestly thought lightning bending was a thing that only the royal family could do. And Zuko was like technically not royal family. That's why he couldn't use it. I thought it was like one of those kinds of interesting subclass thingamadiggies. But not. Turns out nearly everyone can do it, so.
Yeah, but that kind of like level of exceptionalism kind of breaks things, I feel.
Yeah, but every time I look back, even with my annoyances of like how easily what's his name? What's the name of the firebender in Legend of Korra? Legend of Korra. What is his name? Mako. As much as I'm not like a huge fan of how quickly Mako was able to do lightning bending in season 3 or in some areas, I'm fine with the idea of like, oh, if you give like a society enough time and enough education, you can remove the like exceptionalism, because education is like one of the education in medicine is one of the craziest kinds of improvements to a society that affects everyone. It's not just only the exceptional can benefit from this.
Yeah. Well, the exceptional can benefit more from it. It seems to be the standard these days.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. But the thing is that we're like the education is meant to help bring up so that there's less of a gap between you know, the exceptionalism from like, let's say like 100 years ago is not like there's more people who can reach the kinds of examples of exceptionalism from 100 years ago in today's thing.
For sure. I mean, you don't have to go 100 years back. Just 50 is enough. Penicillin.
Yeah. So, like it's there. Oh my God, they've never explained penicillin or vaccines.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that would have been a crazy plot line.
See, that's what I mean. So, okay, my whole thing with the lightning bending just doesn't make sense is because lightning exists in the realm of air, so it makes sense to be, you know, part of the air bending aspect of things.
Yeah, because technically speaking, lightning is conducted due to the friction of like air and like the particles getting charged and such. Like, I get it. Like, as a physicist kind of thing, lightning should be a subclass of air. Cookie for Talon Fizz.
And firebending could be like magma, you know.
Yeah, I remember.
Earthbending could also. Metal bending kind of makes sense.
Yes.
Metal is made of minerals.
Yeah, earth and such like that. And they pointed it out by the monk, whatever his name was. Or no, the guru, sorry. He pointed out that it's like, oh, even metal, like, has elements that are still just natural and such. And that's an easy thing to conclude, considering, like, back when China and Japan were doing their metals and such like that, like iron and shit, they didn't do, like, a perfect... Like, metallurgy was not, like, a substantially strong thing in their country. Like, steel was not done when those mythoses were in popularity and such like that. They were still on iron, hence the whole folding it hundreds of times over for their blades.
It was iron and terracotta, right?
Sorry?
It was iron and terracotta, right?
Yeah. So, a lot of it was just, you know, you can easily get to that. You got a gift for me, Talon Fizz, do you?
Oh.
Oh? Is it a gift sub? I would love a gift sub. Probably, let's see. Is it gonna pop up in my hands? They had a car in Avatar: The Legend of Korra. Ah! Thank you for the 1,000 bits. There's now hundreds of Japanese guys playing as cowboys in the top left. If it will play. Yes, it's playing. Excellent. It's just really, like, slow and choppy because it's being done through a web browser. I'm probably gonna have to get the videos out from the alert and make it a streamer bot thing now. And then just make sure they're all resized to like 720p. Twitch is being really weird.
I love the one dude that's got like a very small bowler And he just whips out a long iron.
Yeah. Oh, because I absolutely love this video. It's just so silly. And I haven't gone for the 1000-bit one because it's just so long. It's like 2 minutes long of just all these Japanese guys just playing as cowboys. It's just so silly. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to rethink that one. And then thank you for the 50 bits. That one actually has something where it's just melon tossed to... Aw, didn't... Yeah, I'm going to have to get those videos out from the overlay and bring them down here. Darn. Thank you.
Sorry, go.
You go on. No, you were going to say something.
No, you go on. No, you.
I was just going to... Clearly Savage wasn't paying attention, so I was going to kick him and start doing the voice lines and such.
Sounds good.
Sounds good? Alrighty.
I don't know. We've been waiting for a bit.
Yeah. Who are your friends? Oh, this here is Avalon. They're Scottish and they know about the European like martial arts or the lack of it.
Historical European martial arts, or HEMA.
That one, the FEMA. I knew you were gonna say something when I said FEMA, and I was like, let's do it. Just zoom back into you.
No. How dare you?
How dare you? Alright. Here I am. I'm now gonna voice the tiny potato man. Yes, thank you for coming at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I will be brief. We want you to protect Guildways, who was until recently the leader of the Flaming Mongrels. They were once a band of raiders, but eventually settled in Limsa Lominsa to extort and rob their way to a position of considerable influence in the criminal underworld. That's all ended when Goldways turned himself in. No one saw it coming, not even the other flaming mongrels. But due to his testimony in exchange for a reduced sentence, and not just about the crimes he committed himself either, all the gangs he's had dealings with have ample reason to silence him before he spills his secrets. He's currently held in at Marbury Dry Docks. Your job is to see that he reaches Limsa in one piece. So you want us to act as guards to a criminal? I don't like the sound of that. Here's your line.
We'd be protecting the information that's in his head, which could be used to bring countless other lawbreakers to justice. It sounds like a worthwhile cause to me.
It is, and before you ask why we're hiring outsiders, it's to avoid attention. If I pull too many yellow jackets from their posts, the gangs will figure out what's going on. Better to give the impression that it's business as usual while using professionals like you to escort him in secret. We still need to secure the route, so I'll go on ahead and see to the preparations. Come and find me at the dry docks when you're ready. I was going to drop 10k bits. You're going to drop 10k bits for Avalon? Oh, that's Avalon, that's a perfect reason to start streaming. You can get 10,000 bits.
It could be. Before we begin, we should find out more about this Gold Whites. While it's important to place our trust in the client, I don't want to repeat the mistake we made last time.
Nice. Here we go. Alright.
Potatoes sound like these.
Potatoes. Hey, I'm a potato I love how I like swapped from nasal when my earlier idea was to be like, ooh, potato. Like a chicken from Chicken Little. If the rumors are true, the flaming mongrels are involved in most of the money lending and extortion that goes on in the city. Guildways was at the center of this web, overseeing every aspect of these clandestine activities. Now that he has finally found the decency to give himself up, I imagine that his former associates would rather he kept quiet concerning their dealings. Oh yes, everyone has heard of the Flaming Mongrels. Their modus operandi is to offer loans, increase the interest to the extent that their mark has no hope of ever paying it back, and then forcing that poor soul to obey their every whim.
Oof.
Oof.
Sounds like indentured slavery.
Yeah. It's modern slavery. Alright, where is the other person? I need to talk to someone else. There they are. Sundhimel. Alright, you can talk to this perp.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I'm not at liberty to discuss an ongoing investigation. I can say, however, that many Yellowjackets believe heartless curs like Goldwhites deserve nothing less than death. He and his rogues have left only tragedy and despair in their wake. Mercy would be a waste.
Thank you, Talon Fizz, for a gift sub to the community. Congratulations, Shasera. You don't have to deal with ads. Hey, look, it's a Goku chicken.
It is.
It just looks like a silly chicken. Look at all these oh my god, there's a chicken!
Pull the lever, Grunk.
His name is Chicken Man, and he has a chicken. I'm gonna pet the chicken. Excellent. Avalon and Code, if you're still here, what would you say is the most difficult job to learn so far? Required for raiding.
That's basically the kindest way to say all of them.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. Probably Black Mage.
I would say I feel like the magic class just overall is just a difficult one because you're dealing with a DPS class and magic people I feel like do not have a lot of like movement involved with them. Like they just literally need to run. Whereas with the monk they can jump around.
Black Mage, basically you have to balance Astral and Umbral, and on top of that, Fire and Ice. So there's Astral Ice and Umbral Ice, Astral Fire, Umbral Fire. You have to do all this, and sometimes you have to move, which is really bad.
Yeah. So, and then the Black Mage has like that supernatural pentagram thing where they get extra damage in because...
The ley lines.
That.
They make you cast faster, actually.
Oh, it's...
That's just it. Yeah.
I thought it was like, Zeta Flare kind of nonsense.
No, they just make you cast faster. That's it. Oh, and they make you... So, you put down the ley lines, you can teleport back to them. That's basically it.
Oh.
If you move off of it, you can teleport back, and if you're in the ley lines, you'll just cast faster. That's it.
Yeah. Join us, Code. You can join us.
Yes. Bring code.
All right, bring Code. We need more voice lines.
Company. Did you hear anything useful?
Hello, my good
Hello.
Hello.
guys. So going off of what Xerix was asking, I have to think Red Mage is probably the harder one, given that it uses both a combination of melee and magic. And on top of the magic, you've got to both balance your white and black magic on top of that in order to maintain this little gauge. And with that gauge, if you're able to maintain it, you can do a lot of devastating attacks with close range. But it's that problem of maintaining that which is the issue. Because sometimes you'll find yourself relying on... You'll find yourself relying more on one type of magic than the other, accidentally, without really meaning to, once you've set up a proper rotation. Black Mage, I actually don't have a hard time with. I actually find Black Mage to be the easier of the lot to do.
Hang on, because Xerix made the mention of like the melee DPS like ninja, and I'm remembering like a video from JoeCat. Hang on a second.
Pain.
Like let's be real. He calls it a crap guide, but it's quite frankly like one of the better like guides that you can get because it gives you just enough detail. Like that's, it helps. It's relevant to the whatsamahoozy class or whatever it is you're doing, but he gives it to you in enough comedy that it's easier to like keep a hold of and such. Here it is. All right. Press this button. Press this. Press that. Press this. Here we go. just realized you can't hear this video, can you? Probably. Actually, hang on. What if I do share your screen, change window? I change it to the crap guide. There we go. Now you guys can see it without needing to go into my thing. It's quiet? Well, that's because it's technically a music thingy-madoog.
And I can't hear shit.
Basically, that's it. That's the only thing I wanted to show in the ninja thingy-majiggy. It was like, oh, only the final like thingy-majiggy in the combo matters. And then Jokat's just like, skill 4, please, cheese it. And he's just like, ding, 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 ding. I love how every rendition of ninja, like, even when it comes to like the signs and such, where like he's doing like the same thing they do in Naruto with like the hand signals.
Yeah, they do it. The ninjas do the same in game. If you notice.
What?
Yeah.
I thought that was just a unique like thingy madoogie like just for his video. I didn't think they actually did the hand gestures and shit in the game. That's
They
just...
do when they're doing the mudras. Yeah.
What a fucking weeb. Oh my gosh. I now have a new insult for Final Fantasy ninjas. If they're just weebs. They're deeper weebs than normal.
What about samurai?
I don't have any of the Z poses.
Hey,
I was gonna Power Ranger up and then Z pose, but I'm like, I don't have any of the Z poses.
Oh no. Wait, you have you sent me the macro, didn't you?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Where's the macro? It's... Oh, wait, no, you sent it to me on...
TikTok. It was one of those ones where it showed you how to do it.
Yep.
Also, now there are 2 Blue Rangers. Only one of us could be the real Blue Ranger.
Oh my god, it's Xerix! Hi!
Will the real Blue Ranger please shut the fuck up?
Suck a lemon.
I'm Scottish.
I now need to like scroll back up to find the thingy-majiggy because Code and I just send memes to each other at random times.
I would never send Maymays.
You've sent me like you either give me advice on like Final Fantasy or like on whatever game we're playing, and then sometimes you send us memes. I love the memes more than the suggestions. I will be real. I still get a good laugh with the whole bonking with the shield thing. Where is... Hang on. Here it is. Alright, so... Alright, let's do the voice line thingy-majiggies. Actually, I need to change my screen to... So then that way you can actually read it. And then I will try and make, like, the Z pose thingy-madoog.
I think you need to put back the... There we go.
Yep.
Never mind. Did you hear anything useful?
Go suck a lemon.
Just as you said that, and there was a pause, I hear like an icy quote that goes, "Go suck a lemon." Nailed it.
The stream's not working for me on Discord.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it stopped working.
Ding. Stop. Stream. 720. Try this.
There you go.
Yeah. Alright. Yes, it's just as Futag Yafutag said. Goldwhite certainly has a lot of enemies on both sides of the law.
Radovan, it's not too late to refuse. Think about what you are doing.
Trust me, I have. Now, let's say no more on the matter. We have a job to do.
Alright, which
I like
one is... Alright, so 17 is the thingy.
So what do you... I think they use actually 2 glamour plates for that. So you need one without. If you're gonna do like the where the helmet pops on, you need one without the helmet, one with the helmet.
Oh, okay. All right, I need a. Well, we'll just do it with like a helmet thingamajiggy because I can easily just go 17 and then probably like jump to 19. Wait, gear
Yeah.
set change 32, 33. Oh. No, so I think what they're doing is they have a set of gear that is applied to, like, at the end is applied with a full glamour plate, but then, all right, hang on a second, gear set. So yeah, because the glamour plates are like one thing, but the gear set is you have like a lot more of. So yeah, because you can do like 100 gear sets. So if I go plus is the 16, and then plus is the 7. Okay, so 16. Unequip the headband. Updates that gear set. And then...
So 16 has the headband, 17 does not.
Yep, so... And then I apply...
You apply that glamour plate.
Yeah, I can't apply it because I don't have a helmet thingamadoogie, so... Hang on.
No, you can still apply it. It should still allow you to apply it.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
so link to glamour plate 17. So then... So that's the entire thing. And then there it is without... Alright, so... Here we go, chat.
Did you link that one? Yep, so you've linked it, have you?
Yep, how do I get to the macros?
So menu. You want system and then macros.
There we go. Alright, so... So macro 8. Dunk. Ah, interesting. I didn't know I had those macros. Alright, so... Imperial Salute. Weight 0.5. RRBP. Weight 4. Add vent. Weight 4. Hope gear set change. Alright, so I need the one without the helmet, which is 17. And then wait 3 seconds. Gear set change back to 16. Wait 0.5. I don't know why they... And then wait 3. Why are they... Wait 3. Alright, so wait 3, V pose. Wait 2, C pose.
Yeah, there's really no...
There's not much of an explanation. Alright, so let's give this a try. Alright.
Alright, so change out of your regular outfit.
Alright. Here we go. So... Imperial pose, and then...
Whoop.
Changes to the thingamadoog. Yay!
You might need to decrease that wait time though a little bit.
I think it's because like the because I don't think I have like anything for RRPB. Oh wait, no, that is the alright. So what's Advent? No, Advent doesn't so I have nothing like Advent isn't a
I think Advent was the jump.
Yeah. So I need a different emote for alright, so I got general alright, specials. Let's see. I've got the sit-ups, I got the attention. Okay, I'm gonna do breath control. So rather than Advent, I'll do breath control. Breathe control. Alright, let's give that a try. So we're here. And then... Dink. Dun, 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 dun. And then... It does, like, the control thingamadoogie. There we go. That's a... It doesn't have, like, the cool jumping up and jumping down. But, like, it's got the... Huh? Alright.
Certainly not bad.
Alright, hang on. I'm gonna stand next to Zax. Alright, I'm gonna go... Red Ranger.
I don't have any of those poses, and I'm not sure if Xerix has any either.
Xerix! Do you not have any of the Rangers? You need...
He needs to buy the boat. Yeah, he's in the same boat I am.
Let me just...
Actually, hang on. Mog Station. So dramatic, Grant. So dramatic.
Yeah, no, I deserve... Like, look at you guys. Being... Oh, I do love your seal. Hang on a second. I'm gonna pet the seal. Isn't he great? Alright. So yeah, because I went and grabbed, like... Because there's technically... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... There's technically 6 poses. But then... Okay, so that's the short hands. And then I got sit-ups. How he doesn't, like, shift forwards, I do not know. And then... Shift on ground. Sit.
How do you get to the item store? Optional items. There we are. Poses. Posing. Everybody posing. Anyway, shouldn't you be, you know,
Yeah.
chasing down bad guys?
Yeah, I should be chasing down bad guys. Hang on a second. There we go.
Go bad guy chase down.
Yep. Morby dry docks, which I can get to via... Oh, probably via this way. It looks a little more Actually, hang on a second before I forget. Dink, donk, bam. I know I may not be in this server forever, but I'm gonna make friends where I can. By the by, Code, are you okay if I take like 3 million gil out of the company chest before I leave?
What? Well, I mean, it's not like I'm using it.
Fair enough.
Plus, I'd probably just end up following you across anyway.
Ah. So we'll probably like disband the guild at that point then, because most of the peeps in there are already in other servers, and you know, we're like the reason I made it was
and plus,
just...
I think Cap's now moved her main over to North American servers as well.
Yep. Alrighty. Alright, well...
Because, I mean, how much is it for a surfer move? Like, what, 20 bucks?
I believe so.
Okay, there's the go-go posing ranger set.
What's the Advent move? Where's that from?
I don't
Advent of
know.
Light. It's a paid-for one.
Ah.
It's the superhero landing.
Oh, is it really just called that?
No, Advent of Light, yeah. That's the name of the emote.
Moogle FF14. It's like called Moogle Shop or something. No, online store. That's what I'm looking for.
No, it used to be called Mogstore. Mog Shop,
Yeah.
whatever. Mog Station.
Yeah, Advent of Light. $7, really? That's it? I'm gonna add that to cart. I'll have a look at other ones before I decide to purchase it. Thought it was in USD. Where's the ferryman?
No, it's in poons.
Poons. No, it's the...
Because I like to put all this in poons.
Am I just really bad at... There's a ferryman here, I swear. Am I just...
There it is. There's the emote Advent of the Light.
Mm-hmm. Anakin. Nope. Oh, ferryman was all... Oh, so that's ferryman ticketer. Alright, can you get me to Mogby Station? No, not Vesper Bay. That's too far. That's
Superhero
Kugane.
landing! Yay! I hear it's really bad for your knees.
It is bad for your knees. Oh my... That's the wrong one. Alright, fuck it.
We
Check
added
the
to
wrong
like
dots.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna teleport like a
like a bitch.
like a rich man. Gonna just
Na 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 na.
say I was all the money in the world. Da, 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 da. If we ever meet up at Furdu, remind me that we need to organize a karaoke night. That's got to be fun. There's karaoke's in the Gold Coast, isn't there?
I'm sure there are.
Yeah, there's karaoke's in all the cities.
Karaoke.
Just slowly dying inside. Alrighty then. So, Code, you have the option of playing the Potato Man.
Sorry. Sorry. wait, Okay.
Get ready.
I can try. Okay.
Their name is Futug Yafutug.
All set. Good. It's time to bring out the prisoner.
Excellent work. The Potato Man just... Here you go.
I present Goldwurtz, Scourge of Limsa de Minsa. His life is in your hands now. Guard him well.
Thank ye kindly. Are you sure you've got the right man?
Quite sure. Now, listen carefully. It's important. We've scouted the road ahead and we've spotted a group of unsavory figures lying in wait. The plan is to put them down and rush past before anyone realizes what's happened.
Well, if that's how you'd prefer us to handle it, then very well. But we'll need someone to take the lead and cut through their ambush. I choose you for that role, Grant. Show me how far you've come as a gunbreaker.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of us will stay close to Goldwhites and fend off any that try to flank us. Futag, I give you my word that we'll get him to Limsalominsa, even if I have to carry him there.
Ooh, he's gonna carry him, daddy.
Yeah.
Carry me, daddy. Carry me.
Absolutely not.
Nope, you're just gonna I'm just gonna shoot you where you are and just leave you there on the road.
Yeah, exactly. Your turn.
Well, depending on you, Grant. Once you clear the path, we'll be right behind you. We would group at Parshan's Embrace and assess the situation before moving forward.
I understand there's an ass in there, but do not be distracted by ass.
What's that, ass?
Ass?
Ass. Ass?
You can't spell assassin without two asses in.
Exactly. Assassin.
Assassin. Well, there was someone that was like, oh, you can't spell, like, it was like you can't spell something without ass in the middle or something like that. Like, I'm trying to remember the funny
you
ones.
can't spell advertisement without semen between the tits.
That's
Until
it.
we meet again.
That's it. You're right. Alrighty. Looking around. Thank you for the hyper himbo. How dare you stare at my cake? Bam.
Hired assins.
Hired as Asin. God damn it.
They do have the butt hanging out.
Yeah, look at this guy just wearing a fucking, like, oh my god, his cheeks are out. It looks, because of the color scheme of his character, it does look like his cheeks are out.
It does.
Look at
It look
that.
like he got them cheeks clapping in the wind every time he takes a step forward.
Okay, at least they're wearing, like, proper, like, gear. Fantastic.
Every time he swing that axe, all you hear is just
There we go. Alrighty, so there's another... oh, I went right past it. Idiot.
Oh, like 2 rocks banging together?
Well, I mean, close enough. That's.
I don't know. Could you hear my knuckles then?
No.
Spell presence.
Oh, that one hurt a finger. Actually, I had a fun idea one day for something we can do here in Final Fantasy.
I am all ears. You tell.
Going through Palace of the Dead, right?
Right.
But it has to be with a class you have either not touched or one that you're not too skilled with.
That is
Ninja.
any DPS or healer for me.
And here's the thing that's going to make it even more fun. Is the fact that you're not allowed to choose what role you take or what class you get. So it'd be up to random selection. So all of a sudden, Grant, you could end up as a healer with, say, fucking Sage or White Mage or something like that.
I feel like I love that idea. We just need to have one straight man in the party, however, when like the other 3 are going at it, and it should be like high level thingy-majiggy as well, so it's like we don't even get the opportunity to take it slow. It's like, right, you've done Palace of the Dead before, 50th level, let's go.
Yeah. Although, you'd be starting... well, the idea I had was start from level 1, so it essentially makes you learn the class while you're going.
Oh, okay. So more as a teaching tool rather than a comedic thing.
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. Okay, no, fair enough. I like it. I love that idea. Avalon, do you play Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, complete with a free trial?
I used to.
You used to. Okay.
Yeah. I stopped like last year or so.
Oh.
No.
It's okay. I have been lucky where I have had this game supported by a full-time job. I have not yet reached the point yet where everything in the streaming thingamajiggy is covered by the streaming. Like, the streaming covers the internet bill, and sometimes it fails.
Yeah.
Alright, we're ready for voice lines.
Okay. A pretty poor attempt at an ambush. Without the element of surprise, they're nothing.
Yes, impressive. I'll say thanks until we reach... I'll save my thanks until we reach lips of them. Yeah. Damn it, I need to slow down. My dyslexia does not like it when I hurry things up. Yes, impressive. I'll save my thanks until we reach Limsa, if you don't mind.
I think I've seen, like, someone did a demonstration of text where if different letters are bold in normal case, then, like, it kind of helps slow down the brain so you're not speeding through it, but it still gives you a little bit of a helper because of some of the characters in bold telling you what it is. Thank you for the 4 bits, bestest boy.
Bestest boy.
Bestest boy. It's not a condition of dyslexia. That I think it's just someone found like a fun little coincidence that randomly bolded characters in a sentence helps a little bit, because it's enough to sort of it gives them a little clue into what the letter is, because sometimes, like, when they go too quickly, it's a processing thing, but if they bold it, it kind of it's a new kind of font, so it does hit their brain, but it's not so new that they're then going into the original problem for dyslexia, which is interpretation of the font.
Yeah.
So I bring bad news, I'm afraid. Those men weren't here to ambush you. They were only lookouts. The bulk of the enemy forces lie ahead. We'll take the prisoner to a safe hiding place until those rogues have been dealt with.
What? Why wasn't I informed sooner?
We only just received the information ourselves. I'm to take the prisoner into custody, while you are to return to your post until further notice. As for the hirelings, their services are no longer required.
Now hold on a moment.
It needs to sound more desperate than that because they're like flailing their hands.
Oh, now hold on a moment.
Look, if you've got a problem, take it up with Commander Rayner. They're his orders, not mine.
All right, you've made your point. Well, that's that, I suppose. Nevertheless, I'll see that you received full amount as agreed. It was a pleasure working with you.
Nice.
I don't trust this woman.
It could be something funky going on. We're definitely going to follow them.
Something about this doesn't add up. Surely it would have made more sense to Futag to go with them. Besides, our agreement was to see Gold Whites to Limsa Lominsa, and that's exactly what I intend to do. You two, come with me.
It looks like the shoe's on the other foot this time, so I can hardly refuse. Come on, before he does something we'll regret.
Yeah!
Before he does something he'll regret, like making out with that big Barra daddy man.
Carrying him to Limsa Lominsa, yep.
Yep.
Carrying him on his shoulder and groping his butt.
Bears.
I thought it'd be more like a princess carry, actually.
No. See, I would reckon he would be. I reckon he would be more along the lines of the type to do the big man dad carry.
You mean like the soldier one, where it's like they have the person over their shoulder kind of thing?
Yeah, person over the shoulder.
Yeah. I had that thought. I think very rarely do game characters have like the princess hold. Like the only time I've seen it is in like Assassin's Creed. Every other time it's been like over the shoulder.
Have you played Dark Knight through Heavensward?
Not through Heaven's Word, but I did play it through Shadowbringers.
Okay. No, you've played Heavensward. There's plenty of princesses carrying. With Harshaphant, for example.
No! Harshaphant!
Harshaphant!
Oh no!
I had there's a big joke about that one. It's like, I had the worst run of the vaults. There was this guy fucking tanking with a level 1 shield. Didn't even have a tank stance on, and he got nuked. The worst part of it is he never communicated. His name was like Horse Pant or something.
Harshaphant! Every Final Fantasy character, contractually, we cry for Harshaphant. How did you die? With my best friend. No, I mean, like, how did you die? With my best friend. We hugged.
Oh no.
Oh no. Alrighty, let's wipe those tears. We got some business to do.
He was our main man, our homeboy,
Our good time, boy.
our slice of McPie.
Slice of McPie?
McPie?
I don't know. I got fucking nothing on that one.
Alrighty then. Moving on.
She took him inside. If my guess is correct, there's no time to waste.
Well, I mean, we can waste a little bit of time, I'm sure.
Nothing for it but to follow him, I suppose. He was the second or third character you got attached to, I believe. I think he was my first one in Final Fantasy, but he's definitely not my first character. Morden is like a strong character attachment for me. And Cole.
Why does it look like his shirt is on backwards?
It's because of the... I know exactly what you're talking about. It's because of the funky little sleeve right here, where it does like you're thinking there would be a button here or something. It's because of this. Because normally the collar would like connect, but it isn't here. It's instead just a wrapping.
Ribbity rappeting.
Yep. Oh, this is Scottish angry turn.
Stop this at once!
Stay out of it, sellsword! My friend's dead because of this filth. He's got no right to live, so why would you protect him?
Because I give my word. Though he may be beyond redemption, he acts not for his own sake, but for the good of others. His testimony will make Limsa a safer place. Now, lower your axe. Close enough.
Lower your axe, puts it on her back.
Yeah, it works.
Thank the 12th. You got here when you did. It didn't take long for us to find out that it was all a ruse. But then she already bought enough time to carry out her plan. Lucky for us, the three of us weren't so easily duped. Well, the three of you weren't so easily duped.
Nice.
Of course, she's not the only one. Yellow Jacket to bear a grudge against Goldwits. But I never thought any of us would go to such lengths. Fine bloody mess this is.
Clap 'em, boys.
Rattle 'em, boys.
While we may be waylaid somewhat, our orders are to escort Goldwits still stand.
Before we go, I want to thank ye for all you've done. Truth is, I ain't got long to live. Even if I can escape having me head lopped off, the sickness'll get me sure enough.
There you go. You could have lived out your days as one of the leading figures in the underworld, rich and powerful. What made you turn yourself in?
Since insofar I can remember, I've been cheating and killing to put food in me belly and gil in me pocket, and I was good at it too, working me way to the top. But the top of what? A bunch of liars, swindlers, and murderers. And when I finally found out I only have a few moons left, I realized Limsa's not the way it is because of people like me. It ain't gonna be that way though. Not if I say my piece.
In that case, we'd best get you to Limsa, post haste.
Look at his little smile. Look at his little
Yeah.
grin.
Dad smile.
Aye, before I kick the bucket, lead the way.
Little potato steps.
Radovan is dad energy, 100% dad energy.
Yep. 100%.
You'll never get angry, you'll just get disappointed, you know it.
Yep, absolutely.
Daddy?
Daddy.
Daddy?
Not the most direct route, but we got here in the end.
Oh, oh, that's you. Do you want me to take on the...
All that remains is for Goldwits to give his testimony. On behalf of the Yellow Jackets, I offer him my thanks.
Excellent. You've kept your word. Now it's my turn. Fare ye well. That was a bit of a weird one. Sorry about that.
Every city has its problems. This one more than most. It's high time we moved on.
Seeing as we've been to Alamigo, Gridania, Uldar, and Limsolominsa, that just leaves Ishgard. I don't exactly thrive in cold climates, though.
Put some fucking pants on, you'll be fine.
Just get yourself a decent overcoat and you'll be fine. Well then, let's be off.
I'm glad I was the only one who thought that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just put on an overcoat. You'll be good. Alrighty.
You'll
Just
see what
put on
happens.
some fucking pants.
There we go. I'm glad that I made the foundation as one of my favorites. Thank goodness.
Oh, I hang around there all the time, or used to even.
I don't know,
It's so good.
Yeah, it just feels like a
Oof.
place to get highlighted. It's probably gonna go away for the next part, the Watsamuhuzi no, I don't know. Alright. Hi, Angrel! I saw you got your cookie earlier, but I forgot to say hi properly. Can I get shit from you? Only the items. I was hoping to get other things.
I mean, you could probably get Dookie from them, but I'm not sure it's a really good idea to get that.
I'm going through the the anima quest line, so it's like I need to get like crystal sand and something else from them, but I need like 60 of it. And if I fill up my things, I forget the word for them. If I fill up my poetics, I can get like 25 of the unamits or whatever it is. So it's like I have to fill that up twice before I'm done.
I'll admit, it's a fair bit colder than I was expecting. Not that it's anything to be concerned about.
That's easy for you to say.
You'll soon get used to it, I'm sure. Anyway, Grant, it seems that instead of offering work via an adventurers guild, Ishgard's Temple Knights issue leaves.
Leves.
Is it Leves?
I feel like it's Leves for some reason.
Although there do not appear to be any clients in need of protection, it is only a matter of time before something comes our way. Until then, be sure not to let your skills, or your gunblade, grow rusty.
So yeah, hey, look, she's got a coat on. And pants.
Yeah,
She's wearing
pants.
coats and a pants. She's wearing the full, she's properly set up. She's not a Melbourneite. That's just sort of like, oh, I'll just tough it out.
Yeah, just put on my puffer jacket, still wear my shorts. Yeah, I'll be fucking right, mate. You should be fucking right.
Yep. Alright, I need to get, okay, ding dong, put you away. Put you away. Sort. Oops. So yeah, so I got 26. I need however many of those. 180 growth to treat sand. Need to do
Right
a
now,
50
Right now, I just need to level up my black mage. Oh, I haven't done that in a little while either.
the wondrous tails.
Yeah, because every time I go to do it, I can't get into any of the freaking into the freaking bosses.
Yeah, I can't get into any of these. These guys, every time they pop up, I've now been running them solo with like an overpowered character. And then these ones is a quest. I don't think I can do Limitless Blue with a level 80 character. Rival Wings is PvP. And then this one is just, you know, when I have the chance. Nope.
Speaking of, actually, I need to go and pick up a new Wondrous Tale.
I need to cram all these in.
Cram them right in there.
It gives me centros, okay? I want the marks because then I can get like the cool Limsa Luminsa captain shit.
Really cram them in there. Just stuff them all in. Just like, ah.
So yeah, because 320, you can get like a cool behemoth. And let's see, Ishgard Barding. And that's just the things here. Riding maps.
Wait, what behemoth? Oh, behemoth air.
Yeah. So it looks like a little pig.
Oh, you little piggy.
Uh-huh. Reduced delivery times. Interesting. And then I can't apply it on any of the thingies. What are we doing in Heaven's Ward? We're here because of the Gunbreaker. The Gunbreaker class, the person ended up... Let me go back to them again.
Okay, so I've got Bowl of Embers Extreme, Thorn March Extreme, Striking Tree Extreme, Minstrel's Ballad Ultima Bane. I've got all my duties to complete. Duty.
Well, so like the top row, you mean?
Yeah.
All right. Send me an invite to your party and go into the thingamadiggies. I reckon you and I will easily like fill them up real quick.
Invite Purdy.
Yes, please.
Oh, Gerald's on. Gerald Hart.
Oh, are they like a friend in your thingamadoogs?
Yeah, they sent me a friend thing. They're at Sephiroth.
Nice.
Oh, how come they're not showing up on you? Ah,
Because I'm
retrieve online status for friend on other worlds. So you click that, and it should show you there. There you go.
There we go. Yep.
They're a reaper.
Nice. Did you make your thingamajiggy? Yeah, you did. You
I did.
seemed like a nice, cool one. Oh, that's cool. All right, Zarex. Just fists.
Fucking fists.
Fists. Narek has done a good. This one just goes fucking hard. Like, look at this.
It does look. I need to really do mine up at some point.
I need to figure out how they make it so that it stays relatively the same across all the different classes you click.
Yeah.
So.
So do we want to do them unsynced or?
So when you were saying the Wondrous Tales, you're meaning the things at the top here?
Yeah.
All right. I reckon with the duty whatsamahoozy thingamajiggies, because those can, like, for example, the level 149 and 50 and 60s, those are possibly done because of leveling level 50, 60, 70, 80, and I think main scenario. Those three are the one, like, I've already got my rewards for them, granted. But doing like those like 3 missions will normally fill out one of these. I was just unlucky. I was just unlucky with this one. All right. So the level 50, 60, 70, 80 dungeons you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Sounds good. Oh.
Straight up. Already.
Oh. Oh, that was amazing.
That was like...
That is... Dazarus, I don't think you understand. This never happened to me on the weekend before.
I think you'd be like, oh, I love this one. At least the music I do.
Yep. Alright, so we got... What level is this mission? Okay, this is a 50 flat. Okay, cool.
Okay, this is what? Hard? Brave Flux?
Yep. Brave Flux is long stop hard. So...
Long stop.
And then Renjin is saying, it's good, let's have our fun. Oh wait, no, that's a ally. What am I thinking? So yeah, let me know if you want to pull more, okay?
You just pull as much as you need to.
Alright. I just don't want to, like, overextend because of, like, healer or DPS, okay?
Yeah, more because this is your first time running this class, so...
Yeah. Oh shit, got hit with paralysis. Okay, so Renjin's a healer, that's good. Yay. Alright, moving on.
Looks like this is at level 15.
Yeah, so this will be our level 50, which should be your second slot, I think. I don't think it's your first, because your first would be 1 to 49. Oop.
Yep, you might need to redo some drawing.
Yep, I see him, I see him. Are you at a level with the Black Mage where having him in a group like this helps?
Yeah, I am.
Nice.
I'm still trying to maintain my rotations, though, because it is a bit difficult managing Umbral Fire and Umbral Ice. So it's understanding when to rotate the two that's always a bit difficult.
Radio. Alright, gotta remember to pick up the key when we can. Ah! I'm in the yellow goop! Alrighty.
transposed a little late.
Good. Here we are.
Illuminati. This Illuminati thinks he's a hottie.
Yeah. Oh, sniper. Oh, sweet, I could stun him. Normally the mini bosses don't let me do that.
Not all the time though. Just I always pick your timing when you're gonna do stun, because you've got because you should have as part of the kit for the gunbreaker. You should have the I believe it's the sidekick.
I got. Don't see it.
Low blow, maybe?
Low blow or something like that. Low kick or something.
Yeah, low blow is what I used for the stun just then because I saw them like charging up something to someone else and I was like, let me see if I can stun them.
Yeah, because it's normally a DPS move.
Yep.
Yeah, it used to be.
I'm always gonna roll greed on this shit.
Same. I'm a greedy bastard, much the same as you.
Yep. That's why I'm over encumbered in a majority of my Bethesda games. And it doesn't help when they've introduced like crafting as one of the things ever since Fallout 4, because I'm just sort of like, oh, maybe this is useful for breaking down into useful bits, and it's like, nope.
That's right. I was actually looking at some of the ship builds in
Starfield.
Starfield.
Yeah.
People have gone and made things like the Millennium fucking Falcon.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen the Razor Crest and the ship from Futurama, the Planet Express thingamajiggy. So, like, I've seen a lot of oh Jesus. Oh. So I've seen like a lot of different kinds, and it's really cool.
Try pulling a bit harder, because the mage was getting hit in the head.
Yeah, no, I saw like when two more came in and such. So.
Are you using your spinny move when you're in group fights?
Demon Slice and Demon Slaughter are my AoEs. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the best ones to use when you're in the middle of a big, you know.
Yeah, no.
Big group of them.
It's because the Ego Raptors or whatever they were called, they were outside of the range normally, so I had to like throw a thingy-majiggy and then do a provoke.
Yeah, to throw some hands.
Yeah, throw some hands.
At least you didn't have to throw any ham sandwiches.
Yep. There we go, so that liberates you. Is there anyone else?
Doesn't look like it.
No, not unless we wanted a chest, but we're fine. Tiny hole. Here we go.
Yeah, just let me squeeze my fat ass through this tiny hole.
You can fit through it.
Yeah, just have to make the hole bigger. My large badonka-donk ain't gonna fit properly through that hole.
The hell is this shit?
Something you probably don't want to be standing in, I'd say.
There we go. Yay, they're no longer sealed.
Sealed with a kiss. Mwah.
Mwah.
I got all 3.
Nice, 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 nice. Oh, we needed. Hang on.
Oh, what am I keys for?
Oh, I wonder. Oh, I wonder what we need the key for. It could be for anything. Who knows?
Oh, no, come on here. I feel like I should be doing a Dora the Explorer thing. Do you know what this tiny key is for?
Does it go into this door? Maybe it goes into the. Oh my god! Could you imagine if Bluey took on more of that kind of a style?
Oh god, no.
Like, it would just be a case of, hi there, can you see where the litter has gone?
Hola! Soy Bluey! Well, I'm going to hell, I don't care.
When are they doing a new season? Because I know, like, my sister, she's got like 3 kids, so I've been keeping up with Dora the, sorry, not Dora, with Bluey. Anyway, not because I'm a furry, but because anytime I go and visit them, there's normally a Bluey episode being played.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep up with it for my niece and nephew and all that too.
Yeah.
On top of the fact they've also Work's been wanting me to try and get episodes to play on the TV in the games room.
Oh, really?
They've got to get the rights to it first. They've got to get the rights to play it though. That's the only thing.
I feel like that would be the first and present concern. At least like the studio and all that is in Australia though, thank goodness. So it's like you just need to have like the ABC be like, hey, is this okay?
Well, I mean, we could just put the TV on and let it play through that. But the only thing is though is that because the ABC and even ABC like Kids doesn't always play like Australian kids stuff.
Yeah. Apparently dogs. Yeah, no, the reason for that is because they found that because dogs are like colorblind, they're missing a thingy-madoog, and the color scheme of Bluey works well with that color blindness. I can't remember what the color is.
Renji and the other Renji's just watching the.
Yep, no,
Oh, nope,
Blaze.
they're done?
Looks like they're done. It was kind of quick. Oop. This. That.
I just don't think they've got the skip thing on. That's the only thing.
I thought one of them was like legit because they were just sort of waiting for the thing to happen, so.
Ah, crap.
Alright, be careful of. I think this level has bombs.
You mean sex bombs?
No, like boom bombs.
Oh, I like sex bombs.
Oop, Jesus. Made it.
Just.
I'm a tank, I'll survive.
Yeah, but the rest of us, I mean.
Alright, so he drops bombs at him. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, Renjin. Renjin's nearly dead.
I thought the healer was supposed to be healing.
They were. They just were healing everyone else. I love how Sashara is like the only one in our chat who knows the plot of this dungeon right now. Oh, fuck!
Pants.
The Illuminati just stealing all the cheeses.
Not the cheese.
Not the cheese! Not even Wensleydale.
Cheese tax.
The cheese tax. You gotta pay the toll if you're gonna make them. The cheese tax. The cheese tax.
Cheese tax. Oh, she's trying for the pants too.
Oh, well, usually they have to... Someone was just missing from submitting the thing, most likely because of a cutscene, perhaps.
Yeah, Blaze Edge. Yeah, I got the pants. Aha, the pants are mine.
Nice.
I wear the pants in this relationship.
Alright.
Alright, so...
You had another Wondrous Tales thingamadoogies?
Yeah. I got one there. I got a cactuar.
Nice.
So next up is leveling.
Yep.
Boom.
God, Insta-Q feels amazing.
Ah. Oh, that was my shoulders.
Ah, level 23, a lowly one.
Yeah, but it's only Hatalia, so it should be pretty quick to get through.
Yep. I just have like really bad combos is all. I don't even have my third one, I just have the first two. I think my danger zone does like a line.
I think so too.
Like, let me see what happens when I do this. Oh no, it just looks fancy.
And then of course it starts playing a guitar riff, you know. Highway to the danger zone. I love that we both went there.
Like, we share the same brain cell, it happens. Alright, I think we can go this way.
Also, I just noticed Luna Blade is kind of dressed like the chick from that recent anime.
I don't know the anime you're talking about. I do not
So
keep up
it's
with the...
it's one about an idol.
Rings no bells.
I can't remember the name of it. It's actually not about anime. There are times where like you think it's like this bubbly, bouncy, like idol thing, but it gets dark.
Okay, okay. I don't get it.
Like with one episode, without going into too much spoiler territory, as an idol character end up getting themselves stabbed by a crazed fan, and all the while she's still playing the idol trying to be nice to them and things like that.
So it's meant to be a sort of like dark take on the slice of life for the idol life?
Something like that, yes and no. It's honestly one of those ones I'd recommend people to have a look at because it's got great music, it's got an excellent story, the art style is fantastic. And it's just one of those types of anime where you sit there and you're like, oh my god, no!
Softly screaming. Oh, is it this one with the fire? God damn it.
Yeah.
Go.
Because like when something bad happens to one of the characters, you just can't help but sit there and go to yourself, no!
Oh, this is not how it's supposed to go in my fantasy. Yep. Hang on. There they are.
In my fantastic-y. I'm probably better off just using Scythe for these.
Just trying to use as many of these. Ah! There we go. The Aether Flow.
Enter the Aether Flow. Step into the fire and burn.
Do we have to pull the winches? I can't remember if we have to.
Does say activate the 5-chain winches, so I'd say yes.
Alrighty then. Take that. Damn, I was really hoping I could... We're probably not going to get any experience from this, I'm going to be real with you.
Probably not, but I mean, at least it's worth doing it to fill up the Wondrous Tale.
Yep, that's true. Nope.
That was close.
Normally, like, when they decide to do their goopy thingy-majiggy, they're also, like, just a suicide bomber, so it's like... Unless, if we, like, you know, F up on the combo or what have you, then it's like, yeah, you can just walk away. Come on. There we go. You can do it. We can kill the Mantis. I wonder if I should play Mortal Kombat when it comes out.
I've been having a look at it. It actually doesn't look too bad.
Like, because I've still not finished Street Fighter 6. I probably need to go back to that at some point. There's like...
I do want to play Street Fighter 6 over Mortal Kombat, though, just because you can make your own character.
I'm not so, like... My thing with Street Fighter 6 is, like, I like the whole making your own character thing, but I'm terrible at customizing. Which is why, like, when watching Mortal Kombat, I'm like... Because I've watched Mortal Kombat 11's, like, the campaign videos and such like that, and Injustice 1 and 2. Like, I'm very much, like... I like their presentation and such, so... It is tempting every time to be like, oh, maybe I should play it and such, but... Street Fighter 6, I am not that good of a fighter, so... But it's, I don't know, I just want a little more spectacle in my, in the time I'm doing things and such. And sure, like, a little bit of mechanical difficulty, like in Armored Core, does it really well for me. So, because something like Starfield, as fun as that is, I feel like its fun is in the fact that you can, like, pour, like, however many hours into it, and it not, you know, do much in the name of progression. It's just a bit of a silly, mindless grind.
Faff around and find out.
Exactly. Which, you know, that's fine if it's like one person, but I don't feel like playing Starfield like faffing about on stream is the issue.
Yeah, no, I getcha.
So it's tempting to like drop Starfield from the, you know, playing it on stream until completion thing and going to Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter 6 because those are ones where it's like, oh, let me go through the quest line.
They've actually already uploaded the full movie for the cutscenes for Mortal Kombat 1.
Oh, have they?
Yeah. I wouldn't
because
recommend going through the. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend going through them though if you want to play the game though.
Yeah, because the thing is like I don't know. Fighting games is in that weird zone for me where it's like I don't have a lot of experience with it, but I'm obviously going to it a few times because of things such as Super Smash Bros. Ultimate on the Switch, Street Fighter 6 most recently. Like nothing about me is good at fighting games, but I'm always like I'm touching upon it like once every few years or something for some reason. There we go. Oop. Oh, he's invulnerable. Never mind.
Don't forget, while the water's electrified, he's pretty much invincible.
Yeah, I forgot that little bit. I thought it was just we could just step on the water. Alright, now he's good. Alright. So. Plus, Johnny Cage is just a hilarious character to watch. Every time trailers come out of him, it's just... Like, the most recent trailer is showing, like, everyone in shock or something like that of, like, some event that's going down, and then Johnny Cage just has his fucking phone out taking a video. It's just so funny.
You want to know what's actually interesting? Johnny Cage was actually meant to be originally which character? Or which famous actor?
Van Damme. That's not a secret. And after like however many years now, they've now been able to do a like it's not a new character, it's technically a skin, but you can now play as Van Damme, which I think is cool.
I'm kind of annoyed they did it as a skin rather than a separate character.
I'm fine with it as a skin because I feel like how would you let people play as Van Damme without it just being like Johnny Cage, considering so much of Johnny Cage through the years of when they were making him and such, and some of his more popular moves are based off of Van Damme's fighting style. Like,
I mean, that's true.
It's like if someone was like, oh, we've created a person that's very much like The Rock or Dwayne Johnson, and then all of a sudden it's like, and now Dwayne Johnson is in the game. It's like, you would just be weirded out by the fact that there's just like two people playing the same way. And in some games you can argue, oh, it's fine to have that, like say in an RPG, but if it's a fighting game, for instance, I feel like peeps would not care for two fighters feeling like the same but having some like minute difference. I think the character skin is an okay idea. I just think it's impressive that they've also done voice lines is the thing. So it's not just Johnny Cage's voice in Van Damme, it's actually Van Damme voicing and capturing.
The one thing I liked with 11, with the more recent Mortal Kombat, was the fact that when they did the alternate skins for Johnny Cage, Raiden, and Sonya based on their movie versions, you know, they did it, you know, with the actual voice actors reprising the lines, and it's like, huh, that's cool.
Yeah, nice. Oh, we need to get rid of the fire spirit. That's what we need to get rid of. There we go. Yeah. Like, that's the thing about Mortal Kombat and Injustice. Every time I look at those fighting games, I'm like, it is just a visual spectacle for me. And I feel like that's the difference between being a fan of Street Fighter. I feel like you're mechanically a fan of Street Fighter. Like, you don't care about the looks are superfluous to like the actual like quote unquote feel of a game. Whereas with Mortal Kombat, it is very much the feel, the look of the game and the alternative characters you can play and such like that. Like, the fact that you can have Alien and Predator in Mortal Kombat is cool. I don't think Street Fighter would ever do any of that kind of crossover event.
I mean, they kind of had their chance to do that with the recent Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles
What?
crossover. You know, I give quotation marks for that. But all it was just the Turtles' costumes.
I did not know of that. I knew Injustice had the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I didn't know.
Yeah,
what's
so it was basically a just a costume crossover.
Oh, okay. So it was something for like the custom characters. It wasn't like.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. Avalon, you're welcome to contribute to these conversations. Like, I'm like, sure, I'm running as like a gunbreaker, which is a little unfamiliar for me, but I'm just doing dungeons with code to help with the Wondrous Tales. It's not impossible. I can multitask these things.
Oh, I was just vibing.
Vibing with your coffee.
Vibing. Yeah. Coffee is life.
That's fair.
I haven't been able to drink proper coffee in a little while because of the fact that I haven't been able to drink or eat much lately.
Oh yeah, the tonsillitis, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You were just basically left with like Soylent Greens and go-go
yogurt
juice. Yeah.
Like at the moment, like trying to like fucking like I ordered a HSP pack. I couldn't even eat all of it.
Oh.
Like normally when it comes to my HSP packs, I could guzzle those down in a few minutes.
Oh, those are fucking delish.
But because I haven't had them in a little while, I'm like, oh, I haven't had these in ages. I don't know what to do. My brain.
Oh. That's honestly, I feel you for that.
Boom.
Nice.
Instant queue.
I don't think I've even done a normal raid, so like that one I will actually get a bonus for. Let me see. Oh, no, never mind. I did I did do a normal raid. I've already got my bonus. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. Alliance raid would be the like I think the last one that would actually affect me.
Yeah, I switched over to Summoner for this one.
Oh, you changed to Summoner.
Well, just because this is level 60 and my mage isn't level 60 yet.
Oh, okay. Xerix knows the feelings as well. They couldn't eat anything you normally would for a while.
Suck a lemon.
That's a shame. You go suck a lemon for yours.
You know what made it worse?
What made it worse?
I had a wisdom tooth growing in at the same time.
Oh no! Wait.
And
So
it's still I have a wisdom tooth currently growing in.
wait. So you got 2 wisdom teeth that are being a problem, or you've only got 1 and it's just been a different tooth?
Different tooth that's growing in, and I had tonsillitis on top of that.
Yeah, that's not great. I have been fairly fortunate with my teeth and eyes so far, but oh, I feel you for that one.
You feel me, do you, honey?
Yeah.
You feel me?
Whee. Look at this. Look at.
Get me off this crazy ride.
Oh my god, it's an armored core.
What is it? 4 answers.
Oh wait,
No,
am I
show
the
me.
leading tank right now? Oh shit, I'm the leading
I think
tank right now.
Yeah, I think currently you are.
I was wondering why I was like leading. I was so confused.
It's just because you're really, really good at it.
Aw, thank you. What about you, Avalon? What fucked up part of your body has happened? Or are you like me, where you're genetically not problematic, except you got like an autism debuff?
Probably ADHD, debuff.
Yep.
And also smashed foot. Every finger in my hand is broken.
Was that
Or has been
because of
broken at least
HEMA,
once.
or was that because of something else?
Assorted sports, horse riding, and HEMA. Yeah.
Oh.
I've had my knuckles have been broken like 2 to 3 times each because of HEMA.
Yeah. Do people
Let me
just
tell you,
like
getting-
whack into your knuckles?
Yes.
Oh.
Even if you have a gauntlet, it still hurts like shit.
Don't you have like an umbrella over the hand? Like when I was fencing, there was like a little thingy-madiggy for our even the French
That
script
only
had
covers so much of your hand, and you can still
Yeah.
get it across the sides.
Yep. So with HEMA, okay, so in fencing you have the right of way,
Yep.
right? If you're making an attack, the other player has to defend. It's kind of the right of way.
Mm-hmm.
In HEMA, that doesn't exist. So if the guy makes an attack, you can go for a parry, or just, get them off. How should I put it? Either get them off balance or get them off the line, with your parry, and then you follow it up with an attack, right? That's how it happens in HEMA. Sometimes the attacks are so short that they get out of line and they just go for a chop, and you are trying to get out of the way, you get your hand chopped.
Oh.
It sucks, but I mean, if you have a gauntlet, it's not gonna, like, back then it was not gonna be like a kind of a deathly injury,
Yep.
Plus,
gonna
you're
hurt
also
like
using
shit.
a much larger type of saber in those sort of matches. You're not using the little pissy one, the needle point.
Yeah, well, we actually don't, in the group that I was at, we didn't even use sabers. It was mostly like arming swords, long swords, halberds at some time,
There we go.
and some Montantes or Zweihanders.
Yeah, I've only ever used just a fencing foil. I've not gone to.
Cleavers.
I've never gone
also
to
had
the big
cleavers.
fingers.
Cleavers were awful.
Oh god, I nearly died on that one.
So with cleavers, it's the fun thing of having the force of an axe, but the edge of a sword. That has all the maneuverability and all the force.
There
Yeah, we went to a pop culture thing
you go. Oh, dead.
today, and we actually did a little bit of. They had a bit of a laughing thing where they sort of showed you how to do all the stuff. And my goodness, you really got to be careful when someone's got the. Oh, that's not good. Ooh, got fucking. When someone's got the Hellbird, because holy crap, someone who knows what they're doing with one of those things is a dangerous combination when it comes to the other person with the Claymore.
It swings so wide.
Not to mention, if you hold it right, it's not just the wide swing, it's also the thrust you've got to worry about too.
Yep.
The fact that
do
with that
a-
type of weapon, you've not only got the length, but you've also got precision if you know what you're doing with it.
Like, the point is incredibly dangerous. Yeah. So, a lot of people, not a lot of people, but in the group that I was in, a lot of people would go for a kind of chopping down motion with a halberd,
Oh,
feint into a stab.
that's not good.
Oh no, Grant is down!
Both tanks are down.
Uh-oh.
You're down.
Crap. No, I forgot to heal.
Yeah.
Boink.
No, I just wasn't using a lot of my tank. I was being very conservative with my tank stent then.
There's
looks
one
like
boss in this whole thing that you're supposed to die in. I don't remember
I don't know
which.
what to do. When
I think we're going back to the beginning.
Yeet. Shortcut though.
Affected bots. Guide them into the arrows. Kill till yeah. So, yeah, normally it's fine for him to have his enmity running. So yeah, because they fixed enmity a number of times at this point, so I'm pretty sure like both of us can have our enmity running, and whoever is just, you know, first gets it.
Right, we're just waiting on one healer to come through.
Yep. Alrighty. Is that everyone?
Yep.
Alright, looks it. So these robots we can't resurrect, so it absorbs them. Oh, Unamo has the power, it seems.
He's got the touch. Or he's got the power. Yeah. Bow, bow, bow. I honestly have really no idea what I'm doing in this either. I'm just sort of just bash the boss and hope it dies.
Yeah, like, it's a bit of a weirdy one where it's like, yeah, you need to bash the boss as much as... Oh, please somebody survive that. Kind of. You need to bash the boss as much as possible. Anytime the power hour thingamadiggies pop up, you need to be ready to... There we go.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Alright, well, good news is... Come on. Just...
I refuse
Is
to
he meant to
elaborate.
take the power thingies, or are we
Because
not
I
meant
don't
to
know
let
what
him
I
have
just
them?
said.
No. So you put the power thingies into the robots that are on the ground, so then that way... And you get them killed in these arrow things here. So then that way, when he activate... Because that's where he's going to activate the lava next. And because it gets caught in the lava, it will... It gets, like, you know, turned into a weaker variant than what he would have gotten. So he doesn't do big damages to us. Now, there's one particular robot that we have to keep out from the lava for a little bit, though. So there's one robot that's different from the others. So, alright. So we want to try and be as far away from that as possible. Alright, there we go. And then... Alright, so it's that one. We gotta keep it... So, I gotta keep him alive. So, lava's going there. So... Full metal stays alive. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. So I'm just keeping him... Ah, shit. Where's our healers? Sept, thank goodness. Alright. And then... Provoke. Oh. Alright, so he needs to get out of there.
Crap, I'm down.
Is that both our healers?
That's everyone.
Fully... Oh, Jesus. Yep. It needs to not
That's
touch lava
tough.
when it's alive. I think if we kill it on a tar that isn't lava yet, we're good. It is a little bit tricky, because there's one kind of mechanic you have to do with nearly all of the robots, and then you have to do an entirely different mechanic for the full metal. So, it's a bit tricky there. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird, because it's like materials acquired, repairing initiated, reassemble the right arm, repairing reusable materials, it does that, and then superior materials detected, switching to high priority mode. Oop. Yep. Just resurrect them real quick. If you wondered if it does touch lava while alive, we all go boom. Section where it'll be lava. Alright, so we're just having a little discussion about the mechanics. So we focus on that one. We have to focus. Alright. Sounds like it makes sense. And once again, I am using the wrong thing. So yeah, because stockpile is the thing it uses to absorb it. Alright, I'm just gonna keep... That's a problem.
It already moved off the lava pot.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, so Unamo is taking care of that. Oh, but we got that little guy. He's gonna get absorbed by the stockpile. So... that's a problem. Alright, I put Reprisal on him. Hopefully that should reduce the damage. Alright, here we go. So we now need to move him into that corner there. So that's them dead in the lava corner. Come on. There we go.
Full metal.
Yeah, I see him, I see him, I see him, I see him. Oh, is he... Okay, the robot's focusing on me. I can't... God damn. Okay, hopefully he's gonna be okay there. Yep, he should be fine there. Come on, no, get the... Yes, he got into the lava before the stockpile. Alright, now we can focus on him. Now we just need the power thing to do. Wait, has Unan been like shirking his fucking responsibilities on me every time? God damn you. That explains why I just like suddenly have.
Uh-oh. I have Roberts on me.
Yep, I see him, I see him, I see him. There we go. That's both of them down. Get out of the lava area. Keep me alive, please. This is stressful.
We can do it, Grant. We can do it.
Alright, we're good. Oh my god, we're almost at like a 3 stack with our limit break. Oh, fuck. Don't.
Where are we dropping them?
Here, where I am. Although he's looking at me right now. I swear to Christ, if they don't get him. Dead.
Oh, we killed both tanks here.
Oh boy. Thank you, Code. Getting a network. I love how it's the other tank that was getting a network issue. No.
Can't. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, and he healed up because of that last thingamadoog. Okay, put the robot on those guys, and I'll be. Never mind.
Do you not have super blight at that level?
Super what?
The invulnerability.
It puts me down to 1, I think, is the problem.
Yeah, if you're low health.
Reduces to 1 and renders you impervious to most attacks for, like, 10 seconds, so...
Crap, I'm encased in...
Sometimes the save is the save, you know?
Oh, be ready. Oh, he's powered up because of that. 10, 9,
There goes
8,
the rest of the healers.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dead. Oh no. I suffered.
Oh, they're voting to abandon.
I thought we can burn the second part is the same as the first, just so we.
Do we want to abandon?
Yeah, I'm voting abandon because like it's a difficult mechanic to deal with in the second half, especially if we don't have because like I'm not that good of a tank, so I can't do like a lot of it as a solo is the thing. The vote to abandon has been rejected.
Well, seems they really want to give it a go.
Yeah, I think the problem is that, like, it should really be like another tank that puts the energy on the robots. Avoid DPS or healers getting hit by the ads. So who's the person that Kyo? Who's Kyo? Oh, they're just a black mage. Alrighty. I reckon we'll get it on this one.
We got really close last time, so
It just gets tricky. One, because if one of the tanks dies, it's like we then have to prioritize on keeping this big guy helpful. But the thing is that, you know, the small fries, they're problem enough as is. And if they're going at someone like a DPS or a healer where, you know, they kind of just need to run away, it's like they're not in a great spot for being able to just sit them into like where the lava's gonna go and stay alive while everyone else does the DPS hits. Because if the robots are still alive, they heal the bigger one. Are they here? They're somewhere.
I think everyone we're just waiting on the one healer.
Looking for Alexander. You don't see them like on the field waiting to be resurrected, do you?
No, they're already resurrected.
Yeah, okay. Nope, there they are. Alright. So, Unan will do the... Unan's Oh, god damn you. Oh no. Alright, cool. Unan's leading. Alright, here's the first bomb. Come on. There we go. Provoke you so you don't go after one of our... Again, don't go after one of my healers, please. Because for whatever reason, I can't aggro them if... So yeah, because if I'm not reviving them, then the healer is the one that's getting hit. And they're gonna be too busy trying to keep themselves alive before before any other user. Spread first, here we go. Alright, where is the... Here's they are. Alright, let me...
Lava spots over where I'm standing.
Yep, nope, I see it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Resurrect all three. There we go. So yeah, because if I revive them, then I can take the hits, and DPS can do whatever the fuck they want. There we go. We didn't have any other robots on the ground? Nope, we're good.
No, not that I saw.
Is anyone keeping the healer alive? Because he's the... Alright, now we have the big... Now we have the, like, the problematic one next. That we need to keep...
Out of a lava pool.
Yeah, we need to get him killed before he gets into a lava pool. Alright, so... Alright, put the refills on that thingy-majiggy. There we go. Okay, why... Don't fucking do that. Come on. Got him. I was able to get him killed in, like, real close to the last second, so yay! Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Now we just need to try and attack as hard as we can.
Now that is what we call a skill issue.
It is a little bit of a skill issue, I will be real with you.
Uh-oh, lava, 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 lava,
You're
lava,
okay,
lava, lava,
you're
lava.
alive, you're okay. Just
Go sucker man.
help me not die. Alright, Unamo is once again taking over the robot. That's good. Alright, where's the... No, don't you dare pick up the fucking... You idiot! Okay, both of yous are idiots, because now the robots are chasing you guys. Idiots. 'Cause guess who has to survive those hits? You do. Yeah, we're not close yet to the killing them. Go. There we are.
Yay! We did it!
Woo!
And I'm getting out of here before anyone activates those treasure coffers because I don't want them.
You... So Velk told me that when that kind of thing... Cookie for Xerix! When that thing pops up, you can just press U, that normally gives you the duty finder. Instead, it gives you the duty, and then you can just leave that way.
Ah.
So you can just go that direction if you want.
I didn't get any of the. I didn't get any of my things out of that.
Oh no, because that's not a. Hang on. That's not a whatsamahoozy. That's not a. It's not a dungeon from the top. That would be either a. You have to do either the specific trial thingamajiggies. So. So yeah, so I need to do a 51 to 59 dungeon.
I gotta do a 60 as well.
Well, I'm up for doing a 60 with you if you want to.
Yep. Let me just grab a level 60 class.
So, cause let's see, so, yeah, cause a lot of those are Heaven's Ward. So things like the Anti-Tower, the Lost City of Amdrapor, Hullbreaker, Zareth, Great Google Library.
Alright, I'll switch you over to party leader,
All right.
and you select the ones you want.
We'll go with these 5. Actually, Great Google Library might be. Oh no, let's give these 5 a try. Let's see what we get. Well, that's annoying. I was really hoping for an insta-queue like we had the last few times.
Yeah.
I wonder if I'm the problem. Honestly, it feels like that some days.
I'm the problem, it's me.
It's me. Hi. I'm the problem, it's me. Da, 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 da. How's it going, Blue? Can we get a shout out for Blue, please? They do minimal job as a moderator for me, but they do an amazing job as a streamer.
Give him lemons.
Thank you, Code. How was your Yu-Gi-Oh! Masters Duel? It's time to upgrade the deck once again. Stop upgrading your decks! You have hundreds of them. They're fine. Just leave them alone. They're good.
Just fill it with
Very
Nibiru.
suck a lemon.
Gotcha, be rude to me again. Don't know what you're talking about. Oh my gosh, look at that. Like, it says less than 5 minutes, but it's like always more than 5 minutes. Just. I know nothing about Yu-Gi-Oh, but because Nibiru is a redeem in Blue's chat, I just think it's funny every time I hear about Nibiru. Did I see your himbo rating? No, I didn't. I'm gonna have to scroll up to check it. Ooh, 93%. Nice work, Furry Cures. Nice. See, look at that. Blue has the Nibiru as a bit redeem. Hey!
Yay!
The Great Google Library, parentheses, hard.
My favorite.
Parentheses. Hard.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Please don't go into a moaning competition with Code. He's gonna win. I don't know how long you've been here, Avalon, but he's going to win.
I've been here a while.
Mwah.
Funny.
Daddy.
Also, why are they like half invisible?
Because
Hey,
something. I don't know.
Those dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, Janet, you don't just ask someone why they're half visible.
Yeah. Mega rude.
Ah,
What if they're
There we go.
ethereal beings? You don't know that.
they could be, but we didn't know this. It's important that they tell us these things. Alrighty.
When you asked why they were like semi-visible, I thought you were talking about the one person in your party, the healer, I think.
Oh.
Because they're pale and their portrait background is like
Oh,
white.
no, I was talking about, like, the actual ethereal thingamadoogs, not any of my party members. I don't give a shit about what my party members look like. They can look like however they want. It's none of my business. If they're wanting
Except
to look
potato
cool, they
people.
can look cool.
Nobody's allowed to look like a potato person.
Yeah, no, that one I will voice my opinion on to chat. I'll just sort of be
thought
like,
you were
oh
supposed-
god, another potato.
I thought you were
Oh
supposed to
god,
commend
another
people based on
potato
their
dressed like a
portraits.
lolly.
I cannot hear what Avalon is saying when Code did their joke, sorry.
Oh. I thought you were supposed to commend people based on their appearance on the portrait.
Except when they're a Lalafell dressed as a lolly.
Ew.
Night Phoenix. Which one is the one that's which one's Night Phoenix? Is that the pale one?
He's the dancer.
Okay, so well, they're both pale. Is the problem.
Wow, just because they don't have enough melatonin in their skin.
Thanks. Let's get a 10.
You get a tan.
You get a 10!
My God, I burn!
They burn.
I do burn.
Get sunscreen. Like that's the point.
You get screen sun.
Alright, can I just stand here? Looks like I can just stand here.
Look, I am a weeb, okay? I live inside.
Oh my god. Unahara, is this the same one from Bleach, I wonder? Or am I like reading that name incorrectly?
More than likely.
I was a tank in the last raid. I just wanted to say thank you for your patience, and despite me having connections issue and sorry that I underperformed, I wish you good luck. Hey, you did a good job, okay? Like,
Yeah, I did. You did a good job.
the fact that there was the fact that, you know, it's a mechanic that not a lot of people, like, even I've gone through it like probably 3 or 4 times. I still fuck up on the last robot there because I'm like, oh, are you supposed to kill him like outside of the lava, or is it okay, or do you have to like somehow like ring around a rosy him until like, you know, the guy just doesn't want to absorb anymore? Like, I will make fuck ups like those. So I might have gotten short with you when I thought, because every time I clicked in between from the Whatsamahoozy fella to the Full Metal noted as me being the thing he's like, you know, focused on or something. And every time I did that, my himbo brain was like, oh, what the shit? The bigger bad is now chasing me. Despite the fact I wasn't selected on the big bad right now. I was focused on the Full Metal. I've made some himbo moves, don't you worry. So yeah, but no, I appreciate you in the raid, and I'm thankful for you being able to be a tank while I'm doing this gunbreaker nonsense, because I'm not good at gunbreaker yet. Thank you for the head pats, Angrel. Unarahara.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon, furry cures. Ah! I swear I'd killed this person like quicker than this before.
Oh God, I don't want to be booked.
Go back to the library, nerd.
I will send you to Brazil.
Oh my gosh, do they have that as a dungeon where you just like get, you know, thrown down a hole or something like that in one of these things?
I mean, who knows, really?
Level 60, greed.
Haha.
Thinks there is. There's multiple thingy-madiggies. Dun, 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 dun. I'm lost. Okay, I think this way. There's enemies this way, so I'm assuming this is the right way.
You assumed poorly. Everyone dies.
Probably, for all I know. Oh, Helios is interested in going even further.
I just realized their name is a whole ass spoiler. What the hell?
Wait, what? Who was?
Your healer.
Helios and... What?
You'll know when you get there.
Okay, cool. I don't know, so is it really... Is it... I don't know if it feels like a spoiler. That'd be like... I don't fucking know. It'd be like if one of the tanks was called Hutchafons. It's like, is it really a spoiler?
Yeah, if the surname was Dies.
I don't know what Azim means. So yeah, any whoosies. if I don't understand the spoiler, then do not clarify it for me, please.
No.
Yeah, no clarification.
So, I've actually been having like a fairly good time when it comes to spoilers and things like that. I've not been told too much.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, like how Snape killed Dumbledore.
Oh no, I knew that shit. Like, here's the thing: is like
How Dumbledore calmly asks.
everyone thinks that like, okay, movie Snape is probably like that one's a little more forgivable, but book Snape, I don't know why the whole like, oh, he did it all for Lily Potter, like why we should forgive him for that. It's like, you were a dick to her son. Like, that's not a valid. You don't get a whole pass just because you died for us later on, like much later on.
But Mr. Potter.
Mr. Potter. 50 points from Gryffindor.
Oh,
Grant, might want to stop our guys from dying. Oh, no, there you are.
yeah, no, I'm right here. See? You assume I'm not like up to date with where I need to stand right now? I know exactly where I need to stand.
I don't know. Your zebras all look the same to me.
Damn.
He just went and said that. The Yoshi of all things.
Damn, he fell for camouflage.
Oh, are we meant to? Oh, cool. Jump.
One of the best musics in the game, personally.
This one right here.
Just Gooball. All of Gooball.
Nice. He reminds me of like the Pepsi Man from the Alexander raids.
Pepsi Man!
Not wrong.
Pepsi Man. Eee. Thank you, Sir Dragon. Oop.
Pepperman!
All right, hopefully that reprisal actually helped you then.
Not really.
Could you imagine like his name is Pepperman instead of like Pepsi, he just fucking throws pepper at people's faces?
I was thinking pepperoni. When you said Pepperman, I was thinking of pepperoni. Okay, so what's this mechanic?
Fuck it if I know.
Oh, so he's one polarization, and then we're the other. So if he's positive while you're positive, then you repel, so you gotta get closer to him. But if you're further away, then... So we're opposite, so we attract. There we go. That makes sense. I understood that mechanic.
That mechanic was science related, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
It means you had to be smart in order to understand it.
You're smart, aren't you? You're wearing glasses.
Just because I'm wearing glasses doesn't make me smart.
Oh.
My eyes don't work, and you think I'm smart? Dude.
Wow.
My eyes aren't smart enough to work.
Yeah.
What makes you think the rest of me is smarter?
Sorry. That's probably like one of the better like counters to the number of times I've like just made the joke of, oh, you're smart code with your glasses. Oh, excellent. Some days I wonder like what I'd look like with glasses like long term, or if I ever needed them.
Like a nerd!
Like a nerd! Now I would actually look more of a nerd than normal. Don't... Bam. Thank you, Sir Dragon. People pay to see me with their glasses.
You know, it's amazing that we pay to see people. What, you mean like prostitutes?
No, glasses.
I mean, glasses.
Yeah.
Yes.
And lenses.
Alright, how problematic is it that I'm now here? Not that problematic. I can survive this.
Hear me
Sipping
out.
time sponsored
Glasses are
by
the
Enron.
original pay-per-view.
Oh, fun fact. The reason why cinema got popular in the West is because it was one of the first buildings with air conditioning. And so people would just buy, like, really cheap movie tickets just to avoid the heat in California and Colorado and shit. So over time, they finally caught on that, hey, people are just coming into the cinema to watch our shit. Maybe we should try and, you know, make better films so that they're more convinced to watch our shit. And it can be artistic while we do it. Well, I thought it was a fun fact.
That's a good fact.
Thank you.
I mean, who wants to pay a nickel to watch a train drive in that direction?
There's a dude on TikTok that's like, oh, men living in like the 30s or something like that, and or it's like the 1940s, and it's like drinks a thing of Coke, and he's like, wow, I'm wired to the gills. What are they putting in this shit? And then it's going to the cinema, and he's like, just cackling and laughing. He's like, oh my god, he fell over. Oh my god, he fell over a different way.
Yeah.
Which, let's be real, that's probably like one of the best Buster Keaton bits, is falling over, but in a different way.
Oh, this bastard.
I'm just gonna keep him on the book. He doesn't have shoes on.
How dare he not have shoes on?
Bonk. Hopefully this is the right one to use. Yes.
No shoes in the library? Damn.
Crazy.
The carpeting here is immaculate, though.
It does look
Gotta
lovely.
hand it them.
I got it from the Fire Nation. They make the best red stuff.
No. No. You're gonna either love or hate this boss.
Oh, sticks.
Strix. I'm just gonna move you over onto here. Come on. I believe this is the perfect volume for you.
Here's a perfect book for you. It's fiction called the Bible.
The Bible.
Bibbles. Why am I stunned? Don't stun me, please. I'm busy.
You're meant to do mechanics.
Theories on the existence of river imps. Okay, so we have to deal with river imps, is that the case? Oh, wrong book.
Grant, are you a capper at the moment?
Yes, I am. I don't know how to stop being one.
Maybe go into that.
There we go.
There you go.
Oop.
Oh.
Oh, dead.
Shit.
What the?
I forgot I did that.
What did it do? What was
Threw
that?
you up in the air.
Yeah, but it killed you.
Yeah. You're supposed to go into the darkness bit, so you're way down. And it doesn't throw you in the air.
Oh, that's the one for the throne in the... How come I didn't...
It also grounds you, so when he does thunder, it deals less damage.
Okay, okay. Wind killed us.
This boss is a love or hate. There's no
It's funky mechanics here and there. I will be real with you. Oh wow, it's already like halfway dead. Nice. Okay.
You can do it, Grant.
I shall live. I don't know if I will live. Which is there's the button.
So hard.
I even pressed the super something or other button as well. I thought I would survive that one.
It has a solid second delay. So you can actually, like what happened just then, it was doing the animation, you were not invulnerable yet, and he just smacks you with an auto attack, you die.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, did I not make it to the... Oh wait, no, I still need to go upstairs, that's why. Yum.
The Boy and the Dragon Gay.
Yes.
I saw that book. I remember when I was going through this dungeon, I actually did start reading some of these books. I was like, oh, I want to see.
Are Bruno Mars is gay?
Really?
Are Bruno Mars is gay?
Beastmasters is a limited job. If Yoshi P didn't say we only stick with blue as the only limited job, would love to have had the last monster that popped out as a book to be a companion. I have no clue what Xerax is talking about. The fuck is a Beastmaster?
I think it might have been a class in maybe 11. I've never seen Beastmaster.
Yeah, hang on, just stretch my wrists.
Hopefully we'll see something about the new classes soon.
I think we would have already heard something for the release. Let's go.
Remember, Grant, try not to get turned into a Kappa again.
Yeah, no, that wasn't the one we should have been going into. Alright, so we got 4 books that turn into something. Alright, so...
These ones that stop him, these are levitation.
Nice. Nice.
Okay, so these are the wells of light and darkness.
Yep. So to turn back from the Kappa... Tornadoes.
Oh, tornadoes. Okay. Everyone in the darkness.
Oh, the healer's gonna die instantly.
The healer is in some other form. Property of the imps. Here we go.
Yep.
Oh, property of thunder.
Oh, I went to the wrong one.
You can walk back into it to turn back. Yeah, there you go. This is fun. Like, it's a little gimmicky. Like, I don't know if they would do this again in a raid, but I do like it. Alright, what do we deal with the,
Most likely there's gonna be meteor. If we find the, large boulders that fall down, remember to get behind them. Boulder!
Yep. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Nice. I loved how we all rushed and we were just standing here for a minute.
Alright, looks like wells of light and darkness again. Tornadoes, darkness.
Yep. Darkness is darkness once again. Imps. All right, get ready to turn back when. Thunder.
Everyone's spread out.
Oh. Nice. Da-da-da.
Yeah, that boss is all gimmicks.
It was okay. Like, it was kind of fun when I had a chance to focus and such, which I feel like, you know, is okay when there's not too many. Like, there wasn't like, you know, goopy nonsense going off on the floor or anything like that. It was quite literally the boss doing whatever kinds of hits it wants, and then there was like the circles to choose. So I was fine with that. Seems like it was just be my electricity acting weird, not a full blown out power surge. Oh, thank goodness for that. Nice. Welcome back.
What do you want to do now? Grant, it is 10.
Yeah, we went a little bit longer than intended. I'm good for the rest of the night. The only thing I need to do is check out if I've won the lottery. That's gonna be our last thingamadiggies.
Lottery!
The lottery! Yes, because over in Fanolin is the gold saucer, where...
Yeah, I haven't done that in a little while.
I get, because I go through the, like, I'm not doing it when I'm on stream, but I've got, like, the mod launcher or whatever, and one of them is, like, you know, it just gives you a reminder of all the different thingy-majiggy. Like, I have a thing that gives me, like, daily reminders, so it'll tell me you can do your mini cacpots, you've got your different duty roulettes you need to do. Oh, I've already purchased these, so that's not the one I need to do. Hello there, Mellow Tech. Welcome to the stream. I am almost done for the night, so I shall be going to check the cacpot board to see if I won anything. I probably haven't. Not even the last number, so, but who knows? Maybe luck is on my side. I don't remember my numbers. Let's see if you've won anything. Nah. So, 4, 5, 6, 2. I don't think I have a 2. Oh, what? Oh wait, no. 6, 3, 2, 7. So 4, 5, 6, 2. Nah. I didn't. None of my numbers matched up, which is a shame. I wonder how many people have gotten to this, like the first prize. You were close, but you weren't in the right order. Ah. Like, even though this has fewer numbers than the actual lottery, I feel like this one's tougher to get because of the whole, it depends on the order you put the numbers in. Did a roulette with you like 6 days ago, and I saw your Twitch thingy and decided to drop by today. Oh, that was great. Thank you for dropping in. I thought you were one of the other peeps, the group of whatsamahoozies that were from before. I greatly appreciate the dropping in thingamadoogies. Thank you. Also, did someone follow me? Oh yeah, someone did follow me, but I didn't say thank you for the follow. Alrighty.
How could you be so cruel and insensitive?
I don't know. Pick 4 numbers.
2873.
Thank you. Alrighty then. Avalon, pick 4 numbers.
Pick 4 numbers for what? 0 to 10?
1 to 9 and a 0. So you got 4. So 4 numbers.
7643.
All right. I'm gonna using all the brain cells and remembering. Okay. Granted, I forgot about this lottery week's numbers, but using all the brain cells I have, I'm going to find a number.
Don't hurt yourself on that one, Grant.
No, I'm not gonna hurt myself on that one. Just, God damn you! All right,
You
that will open-
just watch the steam come out of Grant's ears.
just trying really hard to think of random numbers, and the most I come up with is basically just the donkey vote starting from 7. Excellent. Ooh, what's happening over here? Ooh, Air Force One. That's always a fun one.
Is it?
Yeah, it's just a nice quick one. Let me see if I can get to it. If it's not in this room, then I'm probably... Oh, it's not in this room. It's in the round square. Cannot be bothered. All right. I am going to hit the return on this thingy-majiggy, get the music running once again in the background, and get ready to end on this note. I need to have a think about what my next week is. Furry Curious always demands a schedule, because if I don't release a schedule, they get upsetties, which is... bleh. My Twitch...
They get upsetty with all that spaghettis.
Yeah, because it's like, how am I supposed to know when Grant streams when I'm supposed to be sleeping, is basically what it ends up being. So, because half the time, anytime I do stream, most of the rest of the world is sleeping. Alright, get rid of you. Get rid of you. No, actually... I don't want to get rid of the pickaxe for whatever reason. I feel like I might need that with one of the... Oh no, I can give it to, I can give it to one of my, retainers, that's why. Alright, okay, can I get anything with my Centros? Allied... Oh, these are allied seals, not... God damn it. Because I wanted to get, like, the, I wanted to get the cool equipment from here. Because you can get, like, Storm Elite stuff. And it looks like it's gonna cost... let me have a look. So, skirt is for the gladiator stuff. Trousers is for the Disciple of War. Alright, so that's 1,000. And then... 600. So 1,600. That's another 1,600, so that's 3,200. Yeah, 3,200, and then my choice of a cap, which is probably... it might be the salad, or... Nah, hang on, what does the bicorn look like? The bicorn looks like nothing, because I'm wearing rabbit ears once again. Alright. Now comes the fun... Alright, actually, I'll probably be on Final Fantasy for a little bit longer, but it's going to be more logistical nonsense. So I am going to go and end the stream here and see who is online for a raid. Let's see, is Gerald doing a raid? No, they are not. But Sashera is doing Baldur's Gate 3 stuff. Is this their second stream into Baldur's Gate? Is that why they're saying Chapter 2? Oh, they're in the Kobold camp, that's why. So yeah, that's their Chapter 2. Alrighty. So... Also, who in the world is this person? I've never seen them before. Alright, alright. We're gonna go for a raid, and we're gonna do it for Sashera. What is going to be our raid message?
Go suck a lemon.
Not that. Do you have any ideas?
None.
Get him. Alright, we're gonna go with get him. We're just gonna go with get him. And so that's gonna be our raid message, is get him. And if you have my emotes, then we can use the gun emote with it. So I am going to say that is it for tonight. We will most likely have a what's-a-mahoozy, I'll have a schedule out hopefully by tomorrow or the next day. I need to have a think about if I do want to get into Mortal Kombat 1, just because, you know, cinematic looks cool, and, you know, I don't know why I'm always interested in fighting games. I definitely need to have a solid think about if I'm actually ever going to go back into Starfield, because it's okay, but I don't know if it's, like, streaming fun. Otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Code, when's the next time people might see you streaming?
So I'm going to put up a thing a little later on this week. I really need to double check my calendar for that, but hopefully in the middle of the week, close to the end of the week.
Alrighty then. And then Avalon, you haven't figured out whether you're going to start streaming yet, so that's okay. But thank you for coming along to the stream. I love you for being around here, and great for the Scottish accent. For the rest of you, Chad, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye.
One.